Have you ever gone to bed tired, but your mind refused to rest? The lights are off, the room is quiet, but inside your head the thoughts keep spinning. Unfinished conversations, tomorrow's worries, regrets you didn't ask for. You lie still, hoping sleep will come, but peace feels far away. Most people try to force sleep by silencing their thoughts. But what if that's not the answer? What if you don't need less thought? You need better thought. You see, your mind doesn't stop when you sleep. It keeps working, sorting through the noise, holding on to what feels important and discarding what doesn't. But if you don't guide it, it strengthens the wrong things. Anxiety, frustration, fear. That's where Stoic wisdom becomes powerful. Not as a bedtime story, but as a mental anchor. For the next 4+ hours, you'll be gently surrounded by the calm, clear teachings of ancient Stoics, Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, Epictetus, men who faced war, loss, power, and pain, and stayed centered. They didn't escape life's storms, they learned how to stand still inside them. Their words weren't written for comfort, they were written for clarity. And clarity is exactly what the modern mind needs before sleep. These lessons will not force silence. They will invite stillness. They will not distract you from your thoughts. They will help you understand them. And slowly, as the hours pass, you'll feel your mind settle, naturally, effortlessly, deeply. This isn't just about falling asleep. It's about waking up lighter, stronger, clearer, because when the last thoughts of your day are grounded in wisdom, the next day begins with strength. Let the night begin. Let the mind rest. Let the Stoic voice guide you home. Have you ever felt the emotional sting of being overlooked by someone you truly care about? It's as if your presence doesn't matter to them, like they barely acknowledge your feelings or recognize your needs, no matter how deeply you love and care for them. It's painful when your affection and attention aren't reciprocated or valued. But what if there was a way to shift this dynamic? What if you could become someone who naturally draws attention, someone people want to prioritize and keep close? In this video, we'll reveal 10 essential rules that can help you become more captivating, someone others genuinely want to be around and deeply value. Each rule we'll explore plays an important role, and we encourage you to watch the entire video to understand why every single one is crucial for improving your personal relationships and enhancing how others perceive you. Now, let's dive in. The first rule is to keep certain things to yourself and allow an air of mystery to surround you. There's something inherently attractive about not knowing everything about a person. Mystery holds power. As the philosopher Seneca once said, "To be everywhere is to be nowhere." Let that quote serve as a guide for how you carry yourself. Be present, but don't reveal everything. Instead, maintain a sense of mystique, like a novel with hidden chapters waiting to be discovered. Let people learn about you gradually and with intention. Reveal different pieces of your story over time, allowing them to become more curious and interested in who you are. This approach turns your personality into an engaging puzzle that others are drawn to solve, making them eager to uncover more. Think of Cleopatra, the iconic historical figure. Not only was she known for her beauty and influence, but also for her enigmatic nature. She didn't lay all her cards on the table. She held her thoughts and motivations close, sparking intrigue and fascination in those around her. If you want to draw people toward you, be unexpected. Take different paths. Explore unfamiliar territories in your actions and ideas. This unpredictability captivates attention and makes others want to understand you better. In simple terms, your life doesn't need to be an open book for everyone. Think of your story as a novel filled with chapters that unfold one by one. By keeping certain aspects of yourself private, you become more intriguing, and others will feel compelled to learn more about you. The second rule is to create a subtle fear in others of losing you. Often, people fail to value what comes too easily. When something feels replaceable, it's taken for granted. But when there's a risk of losing it, people pay attention. You want to position yourself as someone unique and irreplaceable, someone whose absence would be deeply felt. You are not just another option among many. You hold distinct value in someone's life. How can you instill this feeling in others? By being self-reliant and able to stand strong on your own. Let your life be full, engaging, and rich, even when you're by yourself. Show that you don't need constant attention or validation. Your independence makes others see your presence in their life as a privilege, not a given. They'll want to be part of your world, not because you're desperate for their presence, but because they recognize the value and uniqueness you bring. This mindset aligns with certain philosophical teachings that emphasize mental self-mastery, understanding that while you can't always control external events, you can control how you think and respond. That inner strength builds confidence. Your real power comes from living with purpose and self-sufficiency. When you cultivate this, people around you will view you as someone important, not just another voice begging to be heard, but someone they want to keep close and impress. You won't need to chase after their attention or plead to be noticed. Instead, they'll naturally begin to pursue your presence, recognizing your worth. Let them feel a little uneasy at the thought of losing you. Encourage them, without saying a word, to actively seek a place in your life. You're not there to beg for inclusion. You are the invitation. Let's take a moment to reflect on how Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak worked together during the early days of Apple as a powerful example. Wozniak, often affectionately referred to as Woz, possessed incredible engineering skills and played a major role in building the first Apple computers. His technical brilliance and innovative thinking were crucial to Apple's early success. Jobs clearly recognized the unique talent Wozniak brought to the table and understood just how essential his contribution was to their shared vision. Jobs didn't merely collaborate with Wozniak. He supported him, celebrated his work, and made sure others saw his importance too. In their partnership, Wozniak wasn't just another teammate. He was a foundational piece of the puzzle. If Wozniak hadn't been part of the team, it would have caused serious setbacks for Jobs and Apple as a whole. This story highlights how critical it is to acknowledge and value the specific strengths each person brings to a relationship or group project. When you make yourself irreplaceable, someone whose absence would be deeply felt, you automatically become a powerful force in any setting. Now, let's move to the third rule: create your own happiness. This is about understanding that true joy begins within you. It means realizing that lasting happiness doesn't depend on other people or outside circumstances. Instead, it comes from confidence, independence, and inner peace. When you can find fulfillment within yourself, it gives you a radiant, grounded energy that draws people in. Others are naturally attracted to individuals who carry a sense of contentment and self-assurance. When you glow with happiness that isn't borrowed or dependent, you inspire and uplift those around you. Creating your own happiness shows that you're not relying on someone else to complete you. You are already whole and joyful as you are, and that in itself is incredibly appealing. You're not placing the burden of your emotional well-being on anyone else. Instead, you're offering to share your joy, enriching the lives of others with your presence. This is what makes your company magnetic. People feel better simply by being near you because of the light you carry. The Stoic philosopher Seneca once said that true happiness is found in enjoying the present moment and not being overly anxious about the future. This idea reminds us that contentment is something we can cultivate ourselves. Consider the life of Theodore Roosevelt. He faced heartbreaking challenges, including the unimaginable pain of losing both his wife and his mother on the same day. Yet even with such loss, he found a way to generate his own happiness. He lived energetically and purposefully, engaging in activities like boxing, serving the public, and staying active in ways that gave him meaning. His happiness came from within, from living a life of action and purpose, rather than relying on what others thought or did. This ability made him not just a great leader, but a deeply admired figure in history. Roosevelt's strength came from the joy and meaning he created for himself, even during life's darkest times. Next, we turn to the fourth rule. Make yourself valuable and encourage others to invest in you. Recognize that you are inherently special, like a rare and precious gem that people should treasure. Your value doesn't come from simply being around. It comes from the role you play and the meaning you add to other people's lives. Remember, what is easily available is often taken for granted. When someone must invest time, emotion, and effort into something, they are more likely to cherish it deeply. As people begin to spend their emotional energy and attention on you, their connection with you grows. You evolve from someone they casually know into someone they deeply care about. Your goal should never be to chase after their love or attention. Instead, your focus should be on showing them that your presence adds true worth to their life, something meaningful enough that they'll want to hold on to it. Let people choose to invest in you willingly. When they do, your role in their life transforms from something optional to something essential. They won't want to lose you because your presence has become tied to their own sense of value and connection. Seneca wisely said that just like a gemstone must be polished to shine, a person becomes better by enduring and learning through challenges. This teaches us that your worth isn't simply in existing, it's in growing, refining, and being someone worth working for and with. Consider the story of Alexander the Great and his mentor, Aristotle. Aristotle wasn't just another instructor to the young Alexander. He was a beacon of insight, wisdom, and clear reasoning, which were all essential tools for leading a vast empire. Alexander, known for his sharp mind and great ambition, recognized the extraordinary value of Aristotle's teachings. He didn't take them lightly. Instead, he dedicated a significant amount of time and energy to learning from him. Their connection wasn't the typical teacher-student dynamic. It was a profound and purposeful bond. Alexander regarded Aristotle as an irreplaceable guide, a true fountain of deep understanding and intellectual treasure. Aristotle didn't hand out knowledge easily. He made the process of learning a challenging and deliberate experience. This difficulty only enhanced the worth of what he had to offer. Because of that, the wisdom Alexander gained became one of the key elements behind his remarkable achievements. It was this relationship, marked by respect, challenge, and growth, that contributed to Alexander's rise to greatness. Now, let's move into the fifth rule. Don't center your entire life around one person. Your life shouldn't be completely defined by someone else. Picture yourself as a radiant star in the night sky, glowing with your own brilliance, guided by your own path. Your journey is uniquely yours, separate from anyone else's. Don't let your world orbit entirely around a single individual. You have your own dreams to follow, your own aspirations to chase, and a unique identity to fully live out. This mindset not only preserves your individuality, but also adds a sense of intrigue and vitality to your life. It keeps others naturally interested in you. Your independence and willingness to explore life on your own terms make any relationship more exciting. It's about complementing each other, not completing each other, making one another's lives better while maintaining who you truly are. When you don't place someone else at the very center of your world, you become even more attractive in their eyes. Creating a full life outside of the relationship helps you grow as a person and adds richness and freedom to the connection you share. Reflect on the words of Marcus Aurelius, the wise emperor and Stoic philosopher, who once said, "If you are at peace with yourself, you are in harmony with the universe." That wisdom speaks directly to the power of remaining grounded in yourself, even while being in a relationship. Think about Sir Isaac Newton, the legendary scientist who revolutionized the way we understand the world. Despite the heavy workload and the immense responsibilities he carried, Newton maintained a vibrant personal life filled with interests, friendships, and personal passions. He managed to strike a balance between achieving greatness in his work and nurturing a strong, independent sense of self. That balance is what made him not only a brilliant intellectual figure, but also a deeply respected and well-rounded person. His independence and dedication to his personal growth made him stand out, showing that when you live fully as yourself, you inspire admiration. Now we come to the sixth rule. Always prioritize your own needs. This principle emphasizes the importance of being deeply aware of your emotional well-being and your personal boundaries in every relationship. You must always recognize your own value and avoid situations where you are not treated with the dignity and care you deserve. It's vital to understand how important you are and never settle for being treated in a way that diminishes your self-worth. Your joy and inner peace should never be something you sacrifice for the sake of pleasing someone who does not respect you. By putting your happiness first, you send a clear message that you won't allow anyone to belittle or ignore you. In any healthy relationship, you are an equal. Your voice, your emotions, and your needs carry great importance. You are not here to be overlooked or to chase after someone's validation. Your purpose is to experience relationships rooted in mutual respect, where you honor yourself fully. When you stand firm in who you are and refuse to compromise your self-respect, you naturally gain more influence in the lives of those around you. At its core, this rule is a reminder that your happiness and self-worth are non-negotiable. They should always be front and center in your life. It's about boldly placing your personal dreams, desires, and well-being at the top of your priority list. To put it more simply, consider the timeless wisdom of Marcus Aurelius, who said, "What truly disturbs you is not the thing itself, but your judgment of it." This quote ties directly into the message behind rule number 6 because it highlights how important our mindset is when dealing with situations, especially within relationships. It's about how you process and respond to what happens to you rather than the events alone. Think about the story of Lucius Quinctius Cincinnatus, a respected Roman figure known not just for his exceptional skill in both military and political leadership, but also for his unwavering commitment to personal values and dignity. Even when people urged him to take actions that would bring him more power or influence, he stayed rooted in what he believed to be right. When his leadership wasn't required, he humbly returned to his modest farm life instead of getting swept up in the glamour and control that came with politics. He chose to distance himself from those who didn't honor or share his principles. Cincinnatus's story is a strong reminder of how vital it is to honor your own values and put your needs first. His life is a powerful example of how self-respect and personal well-being are essential not just in relationships, but in every part of life. Moving on to rule number 7. Don't make yourself constantly available and waiting. The most valuable and rare things in life are not always within reach, and your time and presence should be treated the same way. Recognize that your time holds worth, and you shouldn't offer it up freely to anyone just because they ask. Prioritize your own life first. Visualize a life where you're not simply sitting by, waiting for others. It's a life where your days aren't controlled by someone else's desires or schedule. You have your own journey to take, your own passions to follow, and those who are part of your life should see it as a privilege. It's essential to find a healthy balance and not live in a way that you're always ready to drop everything for someone else. By showing that your time and energy are meaningful, you naturally become more appealing. People are drawn to others who are engaged in their own lives and pursuits. When you're not constantly available, it creates mystery and curiosity. They begin to wonder what you're doing, what inspires you, and that curiosity deepens their interest in you. Being available at all times can send the message that you're always an option, always within reach. But the truth is, you are not just anyone. You are someone of value. This isn't about manipulating people or playing emotional games. It's about owning the fact that you have a life full of excitement, goals, and passion, with or without anyone else's involvement. When you stop putting yourself on standby, people begin to treasure the moments they do get to spend with you. Resist the habit of being constantly accessible. Think back to what Seneca, another great Stoic thinker, once said. We often fear things needlessly, and most of our suffering comes from what we imagine, not what actually happens. This reinforces the idea that your time and thoughts deserve just as much protection as your emotions. You don't need to be constantly available out of fear of missing out, or fear of being forgotten. Now, take a look at Ada Lovelace, a brilliant and innovative woman in history. She was a mathematician and a writer, best known as one of the earliest pioneers in computer programming. She lived during a time when society had strict expectations for women, expecting them to play small roles and always be accessible to others. But Ada didn't conform to those expectations. Instead, she poured her energy into her intellectual pursuits, exploring complex mathematical ideas and collaborating with other great minds like Charles Babbage. Her fierce dedication to her own work and the decision not to make herself constantly available made her all the more captivating. Ada's story reveals the strength that comes with being self-directed. She didn't wait for permission or validation from others. She created her own legacy. Her deep passion and focus drew others to her, showing that standing in your own power is not just admirable, it's magnetic. Now we arrive at rule number 8. Don't always be the one who initiates the conversation. This principle is about achieving a balanced way of communicating in any kind of relationship. It's about recognizing that constantly being the one to start conversations isn't always a positive thing. Sometimes, stepping back and allowing the other person to reach out first is equally important. This shift shows that you have a full and meaningful life with your own interests, goals, and activities. It also helps reveal whether the other person truly values your presence and wants to stay connected. When you're always initiating, it can unintentionally signal that you're overly available or too eager. This isn't about playing mind games or manipulating anyone's perception. It's about establishing mutual respect and effort in the relationship. Marcus Aurelius once said that the best way to respond to someone who has wronged you is to not become like them. In the context of communication, this means choosing not to mimic unhealthy patterns or behaviors that can create emotional imbalance. It encourages you to maintain your dignity, especially when you feel overlooked or underappreciated. This rule reminds you that your self-respect is essential and that constantly chasing after someone for their attention or approval can diminish your value. Instead, you should stand firm in who you are and let others show whether they genuinely want to be part of your life. Don't become too emotionally attached. This rule is about maintaining emotional equilibrium while you develop a meaningful place in someone's life. It's a reminder that while emotional connection is important, letting your emotions take full control can be harmful, especially if your needs are being neglected or if your feelings aren't reciprocated with respect. The key is to find a healthy balance between expressing your emotions and staying composed. Although emotions are a natural and vital part of human experience, displaying them too intensely or too frequently can sometimes cause you to appear less self-contained and even less respected. Seneca offers timeless advice here. The best way to handle anger is to wait. This quote captures the heart of this rule. It emphasizes the importance of patience and restraint. When you take time to cool down and think clearly before reacting, you not only gain more control over your emotional life, but also preserve your strength and value in the relationship. Emotional intelligence means recognizing your feelings without being ruled by them. It allows you to stay grounded and maintain a sense of clarity in how you relate to others. Be willing to walk away from any relationship that doesn't honor or value you. This rule is rooted in self-worth and personal boundaries. It's about understanding what you deserve and refusing to stay in situations where you are disrespected or treated unfairly. You must set clear expectations for how you wish to be treated, and when those boundaries are repeatedly violated, you need to have the courage to leave, even if your feelings for the person are strong. Choosing to walk away isn't cruel. It's an act of self-care. It reflects a deep respect for yourself and your emotional well-being. It sends a powerful message. You are not willing to stay where you are not treated right. This decision can sometimes wake the other person up to the seriousness of the situation and show them that if they truly want you in their life, they need to step up and treat you with the respect you deserve. Your goal in relationships isn't to cling to people or situations that drain you or make you feel less than. Instead, it's to build connections where mutual respect, appreciation, and love thrive. Sometimes that means walking away when necessary. Marcus Aurelius wisely said, "You have control over your mind, not external circumstances." When you embrace this truth, you discover a deep reservoir of inner strength. Even if things around you are difficult or disappointing, your inner power remains intact. That's where real strength and peace come from. We've now explored 10 powerful ways to become truly unforgettable to others. These ideas include preserving a sense of mystery, not making yourself too available, allowing others to invest in the relationship, and always prioritizing your own needs and happiness. It's about communicating with balance, not centering your entire life around another person, and respecting your emotional health. When you take care of your own well-being and happiness, you naturally become more magnetic and appealing to others. Above all, it's about learning to value yourself fully and being ready to let go of relationships that don't serve you well. This mindset isn't rooted in a need for validation or attention. Instead, it's about building relationships that are grounded in authenticity and mutual respect. When you embody these values, you naturally become someone others are drawn to, someone they don't just like, but genuinely value. And if you ever find yourself in a situation where it feels like you're being treated as just another option, remember that you hold the power to decide what you accept in your life. You have the freedom and the strength to choose your own path, and that includes the decision to leave behind relationships that don't align with your values or worth. Your value is immense, and you are worthy of relationships where you are truly seen, appreciated, and respected for who you are. Thank you for being part of this journey. If you found this message meaningful, go ahead and hit the like button and subscribe to stay connected with a community that holds wisdom, courage, justice, and moderation close to heart. We invite you to share how you plan to apply these timeless Stoic teachings in your own life. Your reflections matter. Join us in the comments and let's grow together. This is more than just a channel. It's a space for purposeful living and genuine respect. Don't miss the opportunity to be part of something meaningful. Come with us as we continue to live with intention. Until we meet again. Imagine learning to master the art of controlling your mind, a pursuit that traces its roots back to Stoic philosophy, a school of thought that flourished in ancient Greece and Rome. This age-old philosophy holds that by gaining control over our thoughts, emotions, and reactions, we can tap into a profound sense of inner peace and independent virtue, unaffected by the external circumstances of our lives. In this video, we will explore the Stoic principles that guide us toward achieving this internal mastery, empowering us to lead lives that are not only more fulfilling, but also balanced and meaningful. Understanding and applying these principles can help us reach a state of serenity that enables us to navigate life's ups and downs with grace and wisdom. If this is your first time on my channel, I'd appreciate it if you could support me by subscribing and liking the video so I can continue creating more content like this in the future. The first Stoic principle we'll explore is the pursuit of inner peace, independent of external circumstances. The Stoics believe that true happiness and tranquility should not be contingent on what happens around us. Instead, they advocate for finding peace within ourselves, regardless of the fluctuations in the outside world. This means that no matter what occurs in our external environment, we can maintain composure and accept the impermanence of life. This quest for tranquility requires an acceptance of impermanence. The Stoics understood that everything in life is temporary, and holding on to things or situations that are inherently fleeting will only lead to suffering. By embracing the impermanent nature of life, they found a peace that remains undisturbed by changes. One of the key elements in the search for tranquility is the ability to face adversity with equanimity. The Stoics saw difficulties as opportunities for growth, development, and strengthening the mind's capacity for detachment. They believed that rather than being defeated by challenges, we should embrace them as means to cultivate resilience. Achieving inner tranquility is also linked to detachment from disturbing emotions such as anger, fear, and despair. The Stoics teach us to acknowledge these emotions, but not let them control our actions or decisions. By living in accordance with virtue, we create a clear conscience that shields us from feelings of guilt, regret, or remorse. For the Stoics, the true source of tranquility lies in acting with wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. These virtues help ensure that we are not overwhelmed by negative emotions or the demands of the external world. The Stoics also emphasize the idea of contentment with sufficiency. They argue that the relentless pursuit of wealth, power, or pleasure often leads to dissatisfaction. Instead, they promote the importance of finding contentment in what is enough, steering clear of excessive desires and material attachments. Serenity, in this context, is not a distant ideal, but one that can be gradually cultivated through self-control, self-discipline, and the continuous practice of Stoic principles that foster inner freedom. The search for tranquility is, at its core, a search for inner freedom. When we are no longer slaves to our emotions, desires, or external circumstances, we experience a freedom that allows us to live in alignment with our values and principles. In summary, the pursuit of inner tranquility is a central pillar of Stoic philosophy. It involves independence from external circumstances, acceptance of life's impermanence, detachment from disturbing emotions, and an ongoing quest for virtue. This journey leads to a life that is serene, ethical, and meaningful, where inner peace is not found in external things, but within ourselves. Let's now delve into the second Stoic principle, which revolves around the acceptance of what we cannot control. This principle is foundational for mastering the mind and living a more calm and wise life. The Stoics emphasize the importance of recognizing that many events and circumstances in life are beyond our direct control. This includes the actions of others, natural events, the past, and even the future. The key to Stoic serenity is fully embracing this reality and directing our efforts toward what we can control, primarily our own thoughts, emotions, and actions. Understanding the Stoic scope of control encourages us to draw a clear distinction between what lies within our control and what lies beyond it. This distinction helps prevent unnecessary frustration by reminding us that certain things, like the behavior of others or past events, cannot be changed. By detaching from unrealistic expectations, we can avoid suffering. The Stoics advise us to let go of excessive expectations and accept reality as it is. This doesn't mean we should become indifferent, but instead adjust our expectations to align with what is possible and reasonable. Embracing adversity is another vital aspect of Stoic wisdom. The Stoics teach that adversity is an inevitable part of life, and rather than resisting it, we should accept it with resilience and courage. By seeing challenges as opportunities to grow, we develop the fortitude to face difficulties with serenity. The Stoics remind us that while we cannot control external events, we can always choose how we respond to them. The ability to select virtuous responses, such as patience, compassion, and wisdom, is one of the greatest gifts life offers. Furthermore, the Stoics advise us to detach from both the past and the future. Worrying about what has already happened or what is yet to come only prevents us from fully engaging with the present. The Stoics remind us that the past cannot be changed and the future is uncertain, so it's wise to focus our attention on the here and now, where we have the power to make choices. This acceptance of what we cannot control, combined with the constant pursuit of virtue and self-transformation, leads to inner peace and wisdom. Finally, Stoicism allows us to confront the uncertainties and challenges of life with greater balance and resilience, helping us live in alignment with the Stoic principles of a virtuous and significant life. The third Stoic principle focuses on the practice of virtue as the highest good. The Stoics identified 4 cardinal virtues that serve as foundational principles for living virtuously. These virtues are wisdom, Sophia; courage, Andrea; justice, Dikaiosine; and temperance, Sophrosine, each of which plays an essential role in the search for a virtuous life. Wisdom, or Sophia, is the pursuit of knowledge and understanding of the world and human nature. This virtue involves seeking the truth, developing self-awareness, and cultivating the ability to discern what is truly valuable in life. Wisdom guides us in making decisions that align with reason and the greater good, enabling us to live in harmony with the world around us. Courage, or Andrea, is the virtue that empowers us to face fear and act justly, even in the midst of danger or adversity. The Stoics believed that courage was intimately linked to wisdom, as it requires discernment to confront dangers in a manner that aligns with virtue. Courage enables us to persist in the face of challenges, knowing that acting rightly is more important than avoiding discomfort. Justice, or Dikaiosine, involves acting with fairness, impartiality, and respect for the rights of others. The Stoics viewed justice as a fundamental aspect of living virtuously and maintaining social harmony. It calls for an unwavering commitment to equality and respect for all people, ensuring that we contribute positively to the community and the world around us. Temperance, or Sophrosine, is the control of desires and appetites, avoiding excess and indulgence. This virtue also extends to the regulation of emotions, allowing us to maintain inner peace and serenity in all situations. Temperance teaches us to exercise moderation and balance, ensuring that our passions and actions do not overwhelm us or lead us astray. The Stoics believed that the practice of virtue is a lifelong journey, one that requires continuous effort and self-reflection. No one is completely virtuous, but everyone has the capacity to improve these virtues throughout their life. Virtue, according to the Stoics, is the true source of happiness. By living according to these principles, we can find a profound sense of fulfillment and meaning, regardless of external circumstances. The practice of virtue also leads to self-sufficiency, both emotionally and spiritually. When we live virtuously, we no longer depend on external things like wealth, status, or approval to find joy and satisfaction. Instead, our happiness becomes self-contained, rooted in our inner character and ability to act in accordance with our values. Self-control and self-transformation are essential aspects of the Stoic path. The search for virtue requires us to recognize and learn from our imperfections and mistakes. By working constantly to improve ourselves, we can become better human beings, steadily progressing toward a life of greater meaning and significance. In essence, the practice of virtue is at the heart of Stoic philosophy, guiding us toward wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. These virtues are not abstract ideals, but practical principles that can be applied daily to lead a life of ethical integrity and inner serenity, regardless of the external challenges we may face. The fourth Stoic principle focuses on the control of emotions, which is crucial for achieving serenity and virtue. According to Stoic teachings, emotions can be powerful and often lead us to act impulsively or irrationally. Therefore, mastering our emotions is essential for living a life aligned with virtue and wisdom. The first step in mastering our emotions is cultivating emotional self-awareness. This involves the ability to identify and understand our emotions as they arise. By recognizing when we are experiencing emotions such as anger, fear, sadness, or even euphoria, we can begin to assess them more objectively and avoid being overwhelmed by them. Once we recognize an emotion, the Stoics recommend creating emotional distance. Instead of allowing ourselves to be completely consumed by the emotion, we should take a step back and examine the situation more calmly and logically. This helps us respond with reason rather than reacting impulsively. Reason, the Stoics argue, should always prevail over emotion. Using rational thinking, we can evaluate whether an emotion, such as anger, is justified and whether acting on it is the appropriate response in a given situation. By doing so, we can ensure that our actions are guided by wisdom rather than driven by fleeting emotions. After evaluating our emotions, we must choose a response that aligns with virtuous principles. For example, instead of reacting impulsively with anger, we can choose to respond with calmness and understanding. This requires self-control and the ongoing practice of transforming negative emotions into constructive actions. For instance, instead of allowing fear to paralyze us, we can use it as motivation to take sensible precautions. The ultimate goal of emotional mastery is emotional equanimity, a state in which our emotions do not dominate us or cloud our judgment. This does not mean eliminating emotions altogether, but rather controlling them in such a way that they do not negatively influence our decisions and actions. We learn to navigate our emotions wisely, ensuring they remain in balance with our rational thinking. It is important to understand that the Stoics do not advocate for the complete suppression of emotions. Rather, they emphasize the wise and virtuous management of emotions. They recognize that emotions such as grief in response to loss or joy in celebration of success are natural aspects of the human experience. Mastering emotions is a continuous and challenging process, yet it is crucial for living a serene and ethical life. The Stoics believe that by controlling our emotions and choosing virtuous responses, we can live according to principles such as wisdom, justice, and courage, regardless of external circumstances. This allows us to achieve an inner state of peace, which is highly valued in Stoic philosophy. The fifth Stoic principle, which focuses on living in the present, is essential for mastering the mind and leading a more meaningful life. This principle encourages us to concentrate on the present moment, avoiding excessive rumination on the past or anxiety about the future. The Stoics teach that dwelling on past regrets is useless because we cannot change what has already happened. Instead of getting lost in remorse, we should learn from our mistakes and past experiences. This mindset frees us from the burden of the past and allows us to direct our efforts toward the present. Excessive worry about the future is another source of suffering. While it is wise to plan and prepare for the future, the Stoics acknowledge the inherent uncertainty of life and encourage us not to let anxiety about the future dominate our thoughts and actions. The Stoics urge us to appreciate the present moment because it is the only moment we truly have. They encourage us to fully embrace the present, enjoy the little things, and recognize the beauty of the world around us. This approach not only provides us with a sense of satisfaction, but also helps cultivate an attitude of gratitude. Focusing on the present also means dedicating ourselves entirely to the tasks at hand. This involves avoiding distractions and refraining from multitasking. By concentrating on the present, we can perform our activities more effectively and with greater appreciation for the moment. In Stoic philosophy, the present is the only time over which we have real control. By directing our attention to the present, we can channel our efforts into making wise, ethical decisions without constantly worrying about what is beyond our control, like the future. Practices like meditation and mindfulness are useful tools to help us focus on the present. These practices train our minds to remain present, reducing mental agitation and promoting tranquility. Living more in the present allows us to experience less suffering caused by worries about the past or future. Not only does this improve our quality of life, but it also enables us to make more informed and ethical decisions. In summary, the Stoic principle of focusing on the present teaches us to value the current moment, accept the impermanence of life, and find control and satisfaction in the here and now. This does not mean ignoring the past or neglecting to plan for the future, but rather living fully and meaningfully in the present, the only moment we have control over. By doing so, we contribute to a calm mind and a more significant life. The sixth Stoic principle challenges our relationship with the external world and sensory experiences. It encourages us to find a state of equanimity with regard to these experiences. The Stoics argue that the relentless pursuit of pleasure and the fear of pain are significant sources of human suffering. To achieve serenity and virtue, it is essential to adopt an attitude of healthy indifference toward these experiences. Stoics do not advocate for the complete renunciation of pleasures, but rather for moderation and prudence. They remind us that the unrestrained pursuit of pleasure often leads to harmful excesses, while seeking moderation helps us avoid the suffering caused by such extremes. Similarly, the Stoics encourage us to develop courage and resilience to face pain and adversity with calmness and bravery. Rather than fearing pain, we should view it as an opportunity to grow and strengthen our minds. Stoic philosophy embraces the principle of indifference toward many external factors, meaning that things like wealth, social status, or material success are irrelevant to our virtue and happiness. This does not suggest that we should not enjoy the good things life has to offer, but rather that we should not base our happiness solely on these things, as they lie outside of our control. The Stoics advocate for emotional detachment, aiming to develop a healthy response to external circumstances. This means we should not allow ourselves to be controlled by our emotions in reaction to material gains or losses. Instead, we must cultivate inner peace that remains constant, regardless of the changes happening outside us. For the Stoics, the true source of contentment and happiness lies in the pursuit and practice of virtue. By prioritizing wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance in our lives, we can find a form of pleasure that is more lasting and meaningful than the fleeting pleasures of the senses. The practice of self-control is essential in this pursuit. The Stoics' indifference to pleasure and pain requires a high level of self-discipline. It involves not becoming a slave to our desires or allowing ourselves to be dominated by the fear of pain. By developing this self-control, we can make more rational and ethical decisions. In summary, the practice of indifference to both pleasures and pains is an essential component of Stoic philosophy. It teaches us to strike a healthy balance with sensory experiences and external factors. By doing so, we can avoid the excesses that often lead to suffering and instead find deeper contentment in the pursuit of virtue and self-transformation. This principle helps us live a more balanced and serene life. Now, let's explore the seventh and final Stoic principle: self-knowledge. Self-awareness is the cornerstone of Stoic philosophy, as well as many other philosophical and spiritual traditions. For the Stoics, understanding oneself is the crucial first step in mastering the mind and ultimately life itself. The Stoics encourage us to constantly examine ourselves. This means observing our thoughts, emotions, and actions objectively, as if looking in a mental mirror, recognizing our virtues, flaws, and tendencies. A key aspect of this self-assessment is identifying our desires and aversions. Often, we are dominated by irrational desires or unfounded fears that cause suffering. By identifying these, we can begin to question their validity and work toward controlling them. The Stoics also urge us to reflect on our values and the principles that truly matter to us. What do we seek in life? This type of reflection helps align our actions with our core values, promoting greater self-acceptance and constructive self-criticism. Self-knowledge also involves the ability to accept ourselves as we are, with all our imperfections. However, this acceptance does not mean complacency. It means acknowledging the areas in which we can improve and grow. The Stoics warn against self-deception, which is the tendency to justify our actions and rationalize harmful behaviors. Through self-knowledge, we can recognize when we fall into this trap. Self-knowledge is not an end in itself, but a means to achieve continuous self-improvement. By understanding ourselves better, we can work on cultivating a more stoic mindset, developing virtues such as courage, temperance, wisdom, and justice. In short, self-knowledge is the foundation upon which Stoic philosophy is built. It helps us discern what is in our control and what is not, recognize our desires and aversions, and shape our minds according to virtuous principles. It is a journey of self-discovery that empowers us not to be prisoners of our emotions and thoughts, making us more resilient and wise in the face of life's challenges. As we explore the principles of Stoic philosophy, we find a roadmap for mastering our minds and, consequently, our lives. From self-knowledge to the pursuit of virtue as the highest good, these teachings enable us to navigate the turbulent waters of existence with wisdom, resilience, and ethical integrity. Stoic philosophy teaches us that true wealth lies in inner peace, self-transformation, and the constant search for virtue, especially in a world filled with challenges and uncertainties. It offers us a guiding light toward a more balanced and meaningful life, reminding us that despite external circumstances, we have the power to shape our minds and choices. If you enjoyed this video, please like, subscribe, and comment so that YouTube knows this content helps people like you, allowing us to continue creating similar videos in the future. Marcus Aurelius once emphasized that true power resides not in the external events around us, but within our minds. This understanding gives us the strength to navigate a world where emotions can often feel like tumultuous waves. But how can we find our anchor amidst this storm? In this video, we will delve into 7 Stoic lessons that offer us the key to mastering our emotions and navigating through life's challenges with wisdom and unwavering calmness. Before we dive in, I'd like to ask if you could please like the video. This helps us spread the powerful philosophy of Stoicism. If you haven't subscribed yet, I highly recommend subscribing and activating the notification bell so you never miss any of our inspiring content. As always, be a person of virtue. Take a firm grasp of these teachings and watch until the end to fully understand what is within your control. Have you ever found yourself caught in a storm in life, whether due to unexpected events, disappointments, or sudden changes? The Stoic philosophers of ancient Greece and Rome offer us a safe haven during these storms, particularly through the concept of the dichotomy of control. For example, if you've ever planned an outdoor event and it begins to rain, you realize you cannot control the weather. However, you can control how you respond. You can choose to be frustrated and upset, or you can adapt and view the rain as a refreshing change. According to Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, some things are under our control and others are not. This simple truth allows us to transform our lives by recognizing that while we can influence certain aspects of life, many things are beyond our control. The Stoics believed that our well-being does not depend on external events, but on how we interpret and react to them. For instance, losing a job might initially seem like a disaster, but over time you may realize it was a blessing in disguise, leading to personal growth or even a better opportunity. To put this into practice, start by asking yourself, can I control this? If the answer is yes, then take action. If the answer is no, it's an opportunity to practice acceptance and adaptability. Understanding this principle frees us from unnecessary distress and helps us approach life with calmness. We may not be able to control the winds, but we can always adjust our sails. In a chaotic world, the dichotomy of control provides clarity, helping us focus our energy where it truly matters. The second lesson is about the power of reflection before reacting. In today's fast-paced digital world, where immediacy is often celebrated, the art of reflection may seem outdated. However, this act of pausing and contemplating becomes our anchor in a world that demands quick answers. Consider the many decisions we face every day, from choosing a meal to planning a career. When you receive a message that stirs your emotions, perhaps a colleague questioning your work or a casual comment from a friend, your instinctive reaction might be defensive or angry. But what if instead of diving into a hasty response, you took a step back and allowed yourself a moment of detachment? This is not about suppressing emotions, but rather about giving them space to be understood. Reflection is an active engagement with our thoughts and feelings, where we ask probing questions. Why did this happen? Why does it affect me so deeply? What beliefs or past experiences are influencing my emotions? Is my immediate reaction rooted in the present situation, or is it shaped by past baggage? Reflection also promotes empathy, helping us consider other perspectives. Perhaps that colleague had a stressful day, or maybe the friend didn't realize the weight of their words. In relationships, this practice is vital. How many misunderstandings could be avoided if we took the time to reflect before reacting? How many bridges could be built through thoughtful reflection? Taking a moment to reflect offers clarity, compassion, and deeper connection. In professional environments, the ability to pause and ponder is an invaluable trait in leaders. Those who reflect before making decisions are often more respected and effective, seen as thoughtful individuals whose choices stem from careful consideration. In a world constantly in motion and accelerating, the act of reflection is a quiet yet powerful form of resistance, a declaration that we will not be swept away by the currents of immediacy. It's a commitment to our well-being, the quality of our interactions, and the deepening of our wisdom. The third lesson is about cultivating detachment. In a world filled with emotional turbulence, practicing detachment is essential. This doesn't mean suppressing our emotions, but rather developing a balanced perspective that allows us to observe events, situations, and emotions without being overwhelmed by them. Detachment offers a sense of peace in a world overloaded with information, helping us navigate relationships and conflicts with greater clarity. Imagine watching an exciting movie. You're deeply involved, feeling every moment. But now, imagine you step back and watch the movie as an observer, understanding the plot and characters without being consumed by the emotions of the story. Practicing detachment is similar. It allows us to remain calm and composed, seeing situations for what they are without being carried away by the emotional currents they stir. When you're watching an exciting movie, you might feel a surge of emotions, excitement, sadness, and tension. Yet, even though you're deeply involved in the story, you always remember that it's just a film. There's no need to act impulsively or intervene in what's unfolding on screen. This is a perfect analogy for practicing emotional detachment. It's about engaging fully with life and feeling your emotions deeply, but also knowing when to remain seated in the theater of your mind, observing the drama without losing yourself in it. In a world that constantly bombards us with information and emotions, reacting passionately to every bit of news or event would leave us exhausted and overwhelmed. Emotional detachment acts as a protective buffer, allowing us to interact with the world in a way that's sustainable. This practice is also essential in relationships. Whether in a heated conversation or disagreement, practicing detachment can be the deciding factor between a productive discussion and a harmful argument. It helps us listen more effectively and respond with calm understanding and grace rather than being swept up by our emotions. Cultivating detachment begins with developing self-awareness. Regularly check in with yourself to recognize emotional triggers and understand the patterns that drive your reactions. By creating a space between stimulus and response, we gain the freedom to choose how we react. Instead of acting on impulse, we can respond with intention. Detachment allows us to embrace life's joys and pleasures without becoming overly attached to outcomes. It enables us to fully immerse ourselves in the journey, savoring each moment without the constant fear of losing what we have or experiencing change. In a world that's always shifting, detachment serves as a compass, guiding us with grace through life's unpredictable terrain. By embracing this practice, we can enrich our lives, bringing calm and clarity not only to ourselves, but to those around us as well. There's a powerful question we can ask ourselves in the midst of any challenge or frustration. Will this matter in 5 years? Life often throws moments at us that test our patience, resilience, and perspective, whether it's a minor inconvenience, like a delayed train, or something more significant, like a missed opportunity or a heated argument. In the heat of the moment, it's easy to get overwhelmed by our emotions. However, by asking whether the issue will still matter in 5 years, we can shift our perspective. This question acts as a mental time machine, allowing us to look back from the future and see the present situation in a different light. Most of the concerns we have today will, in the long run, become insignificant. If we look back at the worries we had 5 years ago, we might find that many of them no longer matter, obscured by new experiences, learnings, and memories. This realization is both humbling and liberating, as it helps us prioritize what truly matters. By distinguishing between short-term setbacks and long-term consequences, we can focus on the things that will have lasting impact. This approach reduces anxiety and encourages us to develop strategies for overcoming challenges, knowing that many solutions become clearer with time and perspective. This mindset also helps us stay focused on what's important: our relationships, personal growth, and meaningful experiences. The ability to consider the long-term implications of our actions and decisions encourages us to invest in what truly stands the test of time. Another valuable practice is keeping a Stoic diary. Journaling has been cherished in many cultures throughout history, not just as a record of events, but as a powerful tool for personal growth, introspection, and clarity. Stoics, with their emphasis on self-awareness and improvement, recognized the benefits of journaling and used it to reflect on their thoughts, emotions, and actions. A Stoic diary isn't simply a log of daily events. It's a space for self-dialogue, a place to dissect our emotions, decisions, and reactions. Imagine ending your day by not just recording what happened, but also reflecting on how you responded to certain situations, what upset you, what brought you joy, and why. Through this practice, you begin to understand the underlying motivations and values that shape your behavior. It's an opportunity to examine the triggers that influence your emotions and to recognize how your actions align with your personal values. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, kept a journal now known as Meditations. For him, it wasn't meant for publication. It was a private dialogue with himself, a space to reflect on his life and guide his actions. His writings reveal a man grappling with the responsibilities of leadership, his emotions, and his place in the cosmos. You don't need to be an emperor to benefit from such a practice. In our modern lives, filled with distractions and an endless stream of information, taking time for introspection is even more essential. A daily check-in with yourself can provide the clarity and focus needed to navigate the complexities of life. By dedicating time to self-reflection, we can enhance our understanding of ourselves and the world around us, making intentional decisions and fostering personal growth. A daily check-in becomes a grounding ritual, providing clarity amidst the chaos of life. Over time, this practice can lead to profound insights. You may begin to notice that certain situations consistently cause stress, prompting you to either confront them directly or change your perspective on them. You might discover that practices such as gratitude or mindfulness elevate your mood and overall outlook. The patterns that emerge from these reflections serve as a roadmap for personal growth and development. Beyond offering insights, keeping a Stoic journal fosters a sense of responsibility. By committing to daily reflection, we hold ourselves accountable for our reactions and decisions. It becomes more difficult to overlook repeated mistakes or rash judgments. Instead, this process encourages us to learn, adapt, and grow from our experiences. The next lesson encourages us to view obstacles not as burdens, but as opportunities. Challenges are an inherent part of the human experience, ranging from personal setbacks to global issues. The Stoics held a powerful perspective on adversity, believing that while we cannot always control the events that affect us, we can control how we interpret and respond to them. This shift in perspective transforms challenges from mere setbacks into valuable lessons. Each obstacle, no matter how daunting, presents an opportunity for growth if we choose to see it that way. Think of a river encountering a stone in its path. Instead of halting its flow, the river finds a way around the stone, either by eroding it over time or carving a new path through it. In the same way, obstacles in our lives can redirect our paths, often leading us to unexpected and rewarding outcomes. For example, losing a job may initially seem devastating, but it can open doors to a new career, the chance to develop new skills, or even the opportunity to start a business. Similarly, the end of a relationship can pave the way for personal growth, self-discovery, and the possibility of deeper, more meaningful connections in the future. This Stoic perspective also encourages resilience. When we begin to see challenges as opportunities, we become more adaptable and more willing to face adversity head-on. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" we begin to ask, "What can I learn from this?" and "How can this situation help shape me for the better?" Of course, this does not mean we should seek out difficulties or dismiss genuine hardships. Instead, it is about recognizing that within every challenge lies a potential seed of opportunity, which, when nurtured with a positive outlook, patience, and perseverance, can transform obstacles into stepping stones on our journey toward wisdom and growth. Another crucial lesson is to cultivate gratitude. In the rich tapestry of human emotions and life experiences, gratitude shines like a golden thread, weaving through moments of joy, contentment, and perspective. The Stoics recognized that gratitude is not a mere spontaneous feeling, but rather a deliberate practice, one that anchors us in the present and helps us appreciate the blessings of life. For the Stoics, gratitude was more than just saying thank you. It was about deeply acknowledging the myriad forces, moments, and people that enrich our lives. It involves recognizing the beauty in the world, the lessons that challenges bring, and the fleeting nature of each experience, which makes everything more precious. Seneca, a prominent Stoic philosopher, once said that true happiness lies in enjoying the present moment without anxiety about the future. This encapsulates the essence of gratitude, rooted in the present, valuing each moment, every experience, and every interaction. Consider the simple pleasures we often take for granted: the sound of laughter shared with loved ones, the warmth of a hug, or even the act of breathing, which sustains us. These moments, when fully appreciated, bring more beauty and meaning into our lives. Gratitude also counters our human tendency to focus on what is lacking: unfulfilled desires, uncertainties about the future, or dissatisfaction with the present. By shifting our focus to what we already have rather than what we lack, we cultivate contentment, which in turn reduces feelings of envy and resentment. Over time, this practice can significantly improve our overall well-being. A simple way to begin cultivating gratitude is by listing 3 things each day that you are grateful for or looking forward to. This practice, done consistently, can gradually transform your perspective, making you more receptive to the blessings life offers and less resentful of its challenges. Gratitude also strengthens relationships. By expressing appreciation for the acts of kindness, support, and love we receive from others, we foster deeper connections. This creates a positive feedback loop of kindness and affection, enhancing mutual respect and promoting stronger bonds. In a world that often emphasizes the accumulation of possessions, achievements, and desires, gratitude is a reminder to focus on the richness of what we already have. It encourages us to cherish the present moment, appreciate the beauty around us, and recognize the inherent value in each experience. This practice not only nourishes our own well-being, but also nurtures the relationships that bring meaning to our lives. Gratitude serves as a gentle reminder of the abundance that already surrounds us in our lives. It calls us to celebrate the present moment, to embrace life with open arms, and to walk through our journey with a heart filled with thankfulness. I sincerely hope that these Stoic lessons have been both enlightening and valuable to you. If you've made it this far, please leave a comment with the word gratitude so I can know you've reached the end of this video. As always, I truly appreciate you for watching until the very end, and I look forward to seeing you again next time. Top of form, bottom of form. You're on the verge of a transformation, one that could shake you to your very core. What lies ahead is not just another tip or quick fix to enhance your life. These are powerful life lessons rooted in time-tested wisdom. If you truly choose to embrace and apply them, you won't walk away unchanged. And when you get to number 12, it might just leave you speechless. Let's be honest. We've all grown weary of surface-level advice that fades from memory the moment we hear it. But what you're about to explore isn't fluff. It's the enduring philosophy of Stoicism, ancient teachings that have stood resilient through the centuries for one very good reason. They work. This message isn't for everyone. It's for you, for the one who craves more than a shallow existence. It's for the one willing to turn inward, examine deeply, and grow. So stay with me, because what comes next might be the most important thing you've encountered in a long while. But before we begin, if you find value in videos like this, please consider subscribing and hitting the bell icon so you don't miss a single lesson. Some of these may be the light that guides you out of the darkest places. Let's begin. The first idea is about accepting negative thoughts and emotions. Have you ever noticed how your mind can feel like a haunted house, crowded with grim scenes and unsettling characters that refuse to leave? We all experience those moments when negativity feels like an unwelcome guest who just won't go. The instinct is to fight them, suppress them, or run from them. But here's the twist. The Stoics believed the path to peace wasn't in resisting these thoughts, but in accepting them. Yes, you heard that right. Accepting the presence of negative emotions is not surrender. It's the first step toward real inner peace. Imagine those thoughts are like noisy kids at a party. You can raise your voice, try to ignore them, even shut the door, but they're still there, yelling for attention. The Stoic approach suggests a different strategy: acceptance. Not to indulge them, but to allow them to exhaust themselves without pulling you into their chaos. This doesn't mean you're giving in to negativity or letting it dictate your life. Think of it like that stubborn coffee stain on your white shirt. No matter how much you scrub, a trace remains. Rather than obsessing over its removal, what if you simply acknowledged it as part of the fabric? Your negative thoughts are much the same. They're part of your experience, but they don't deserve control over your narrative. One way to practice this is by imagining your thoughts as a train pulling into a station. You can observe the train. You can even hear the announcements and feel the rumble. But you don't have to board it. You don't have to let it take you to places you don't want to go. This mental distance gives you room to breathe, reflect, and choose your response rather than react impulsively. So how do you embrace this acceptance without feeling like you're giving up? Start by recognizing a fundamental truth. Your thoughts and emotions don't have the power to hurt you on their own. It's your resistance, your attachment, your reaction that causes pain. The moment you stop clinging is the moment you take your power back. Letting go is like releasing a balloon into the sky. At first it might feel like a loss, but soon you realize you're lighter, freer. Meditation is a helpful practice here. No, I'm not asking you to retreat to a monastery or chant mantras all day. Just set aside a few quiet minutes each day to sit with your thoughts, without judging them, without following them. Imagine each thought as a leaf drifting along a river. Watch it float past. Don't grab it. Don't push it away. Just observe. Over time, you'll find these negative thoughts lose their grip, their urgency, their emotional weight. Accepting your emotions is like learning to dance in the rain rather than waiting for the sky to clear. Inner peace isn't about erasing the chaos. It's about finding rhythm and grace in the middle of it. The next time those disruptive thoughts start shouting in your mind, remember, you are not defined by them. You are the observer, not the captive. As one Stoic saying goes, true peace is not the absence of storms, but the ability to remain calm amidst them. Now let's explore the importance of making time for reflection. Have you ever felt like a sponge, soaking up every bit of stress and tension around you? You wake up, face the daily grind, and end up carrying emotional baggage that doesn't even belong to you. It's no wonder you feel overwhelmed. Life doesn't slow down on its own. If you don't hit pause from time to time, the chaos will drown you. Reflection isn't just some trendy self-help buzzword. It's a life raft in turbulent waters. Imagine your mind is a control room packed with screens, each one flashing with negative headlines, opinions, and noise. The more screens you activate, the more anxious and lost you feel. You can't shut off the world completely, and you don't have to. What you can do is choose which screens to focus on. Stoic philosophy reminds us that peace is not found by avoiding the storm, but by learning to walk through it without losing your direction. Taking time to reflect is like building a quiet shelter amidst the wind and rain. It doesn't mean you isolate yourself from reality. It means you carve out a mental space where you can breathe, observe, and evaluate your thoughts without getting swept away. Try it. Step away from the constant stream of notifications, toxic news, and draining conversations, even if just for a few minutes each day. It's like wiping off an old compass that's been buried under dust. Suddenly, you can see where you're going again. Turn off the noise, sit in silence, and observe your thoughts as if they were drifting clouds. Don't argue with them. Don't chase them. Let them pass. You'll soon find your mind becomes clearer, more still, and more manageable. This small act of reflection builds inner peace. It allows you to make choices based on clarity rather than chaos. But don't expect this to work overnight. Peace is like a garden. It takes time, attention, and care. But if you stay consistent, you'll come to feel at home within yourself. And when the world throws criticism or negativity your way, you'll remember that your true strength lies in your ability to preserve that calm center within you. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to protect this space of reflection. Don't let external noise determine your internal state. Even when everything around you seems to be falling apart, your ability to return to this stillness will carry you through. Inner peace doesn't mean escaping life. It means being the captain of your own ship, steering confidently even through the roughest seas. As Carl Jung once said, peace is not found in the absence of chaos, but in the ability to remain centered in the heart of it. And now, let's talk about gratitude. We've all had those mornings when everything feels like it's going wrong. Maybe it's raining, maybe you spilled your coffee or got stuck in traffic. Maybe the whole universe seems to be plotting against you. In those moments, it's easy to fall into a pit of complaints, frustration, and self-pity. But what if instead you paused and took a moment to notice what's still going right? This might sound like the advice of an optimist, but let me tell you a secret. Gratitude is far more powerful than people give it credit for. The ancient Stoics knew this. While the world around them collapsed, they learned to find strength not by avoiding hardship, but by discovering meaning and value within it. Instead of staring at the storm, they learned to notice the shelter. You see, gratitude shifts your focus. Rather than obsessing over what you lack, it teaches you to appreciate what you already have. Life gives us all a toolbox. Sure, maybe yours doesn't have the hammer you wanted, but have you noticed the screwdrivers, pliers, or other tools that are already within your reach? Gratitude isn't just a feel-good trend. It's a profound change in perspective. And yes, it takes effort. But that small daily habit of identifying something, anything you're grateful for, can gradually reshape your entire mindset. It's like unlocking a secret superpower that helps you weather life's difficulties with a sense of grace and balance. So, the next time you're stuck in traffic, sipping lukewarm coffee and grumbling about everything going wrong, stop for a second. Take a deep breath and remind yourself of just one thing you're thankful for. You'll be surprised how quickly the atmosphere shifts, not just around you but within you. Because in the end, gratitude is not about denying problems. It's about strengthening your spirit so those problems don't consume you. It's the practice of finding light even when clouds are heavy overhead. And it just might come across as just another trendy idea. But in truth, it represents a profound shift in mindset. Making a conscious choice to seek out something to be thankful for each day might seem like a small gesture, but it's far more powerful than it appears. It's like possessing an invisible superpower that helps you navigate life's highs and lows with a lighter heart. So the next time you find yourself caught in a whirlwind of negative thoughts, try something different. Rather than mourning the absence of your usual morning coffee, appreciate the fact that you have clean drinking water and a kitchen where you can prepare something comforting. It might sound strange at first, but this simple reframing can completely transform your outlook for the day. Now, I'm not suggesting you become an expert in gratitude overnight. Just like a plant that needs water, sunlight, and time to grow, gratitude too requires patience and gentle nurturing. You can begin this journey by jotting down 3 things you're thankful for before going to bed. It doesn't need to be a grand gesture. Simplicity is your greatest ally. Maybe it's the laughter you shared with a friend, a delicious dish you enjoyed, or a book that sparked something within you. As you consistently practice this, you'll find your capacity to discover joy in everyday moments naturally expands. Gratitude isn't a placebo, nor is it about ignoring life's real struggles. It's a powerful anchor that helps you remain steady in the face of any storm. By directing your attention to what is good, even in the middle of chaos, you gift yourself a calmer heart and a more joyful spirit. If you can find even a sliver of something to appreciate, then you always have a reason to smile. Believe me, gratitude won't erase your problems, but it will reframe those tough moments as opportunities to uncover what truly matters. Let's now talk about leading a good lifestyle. There's this persistent belief that you can be completely in control of everything and still totally at ease. But that idea is more myth than reality. It's like trying to hold water in your hands. Still, what if I told you there's a way to get closer to that inner calm, and it doesn't require retreating into a cave or becoming a yoga master? The truth is, a good lifestyle isn't built on one magical formula. It's a blend of simple, often overlooked habits. Let's begin with food. Sure, eating an apple a day won't make you invincible, but it's a great place to start. Think of your body as a finely tuned machine. When you fuel it with real, nourishing food, it just works better. And no, I'm not talking about those triple-shot espressos that keep you buzzing into the early morning hours. I'm talking about fruits, vegetables, proteins, and plenty of water. It's like building a house. If you use high-quality materials, the structure lasts longer. This isn't about giving up chocolate or fries forever, but about finding a balance and giving your body what it truly craves. Because honestly, if all you eat is fast food, your body will end up feeling like an old, worn-out car that can't even be jump-started. Now, on to exercise. It's easy to declare, "I'll hit the gym," but the couch often wins that battle. But moderate exercise isn't about marathon training, it's about consistency. A daily walk, a few minutes of yoga, these small movements do wonders. Think of exercise as the oil that keeps your internal machinery running smoothly. Without it, things start creaking and breaking down. You don't need to be an Olympian, just someone who chooses to move a bit more each day. A little sweat can be the best remedy for stress and anxiety. And then there's sleep, perhaps the most underrated element in modern life. Getting 7 to 8 hours of solid rest each night is like pressing the reset button on your body and mind. If you're staying up all night and still expecting your brain to function like a well-oiled machine the next day, you're setting yourself up for disappointment. It's like trying to charge your phone with a frayed cable. It just doesn't work. Without quality sleep, you're on a slow, exhausting path to burnout. So how do all these things tie into finding peace, even during life's messiest moments? Simple. When you prioritize your overall well-being, you're not eliminating problems, but equipping yourself to handle them better. A balanced diet, regular movement, and enough rest create a strong foundation, a kind of invisible armor that helps you face life's storms with resilience. You don't need to follow Stoic philosophy to live well, though it certainly doesn't hurt. All it really takes is a bit of common sense. When you treat your body and mind with care, life starts to respond in kind. Inner peace isn't some unreachable dream, it's the result of practical, everyday choices. And if someone tells you otherwise, they probably haven't experienced the quiet magic of a full night's sleep and a nourishing meal. As Brian Tracy once said, "Peace isn't a destination, it's the steady balance we create each day through mindful decisions." Have you ever noticed how unnecessarily complicated we tend to make our lives? Think about it. Those piles of paperwork, endless social commitments you barely remember agreeing to, and a daily routine that feels more like a series of hurdles than a walk in the park. Wouldn't it be amazing to strip all that back and create more space for what truly matters to you? Let's take a look at how Stoic philosophy can guide you towards simplifying your life, and in doing so, help you experience peace in any situation. Now, don't get it twisted. Simplifying doesn't mean shirking your responsibilities or retreating into isolation. It's more like doing a massive favor for your already exhausted mind. Imagine your life is like a cluttered closet, jam-packed with clothes you never wear, gadgets you forgot you bought, and paperwork that probably belongs in the recycling bin. Wouldn't it feel incredible to clear all that out? Though Stoicism may sound like something ancient monks practiced, it's actually incredibly practical. At its core, it teaches us to invest our energy only into what we can control. So if you're wondering where to begin simplifying your life, start with this question. What can I adjust to make my daily experience less overwhelming? First, take stock of your commitments. Are there social events you attend out of habit rather than joy? Or work projects that drain you without offering real satisfaction? Sometimes, it's like realizing those ugly shoes at the back of your closet are just wasting space. It's okay to let them go. Next, set boundaries. If you're always available for everyone and everything, you'll eventually feel depleted and resentful. Learning to say no, as simple as it sounds, can be one of the most empowering habits you develop. Your time is precious, so protect it. Lastly, treat your life like a treasure map. Identify what brings you the most joy and make sure your actions reflect those priorities. If family time or quiet afternoons are what truly light you up, then organize your schedule to make room for them. Simplifying isn't about giving up on life, it's about choosing it more intentionally. When you align your days with what matters most, you naturally reduce stress and create more space for peace. Living simply doesn't require a complete overhaul, just a conscious commitment to do less of what drains you and more of what fulfills you. Apply Stoic wisdom by focusing on what you can control and releasing what isn't worth your energy. Imagine the relief of living with less clutter, fewer distractions, and more calm. Sounds pretty great, right? So the next time you feel like life is too much, remember, simplifying is your way of hitting the pause button and choosing peace. Let go of the excess and embrace what's essential, because in the end, living peacefully in any situation starts with living simply and authentically. As Oscar Wilde wisely put it, simplicity is the ultimate expression of refined living. Has this ever happened to you? You do something kind for someone, full of good intentions, and then you find yourself silently waiting, like a kid in front of the Christmas tree, hoping for a return gesture. If you've ever caught yourself thinking that karma or the universe owes you something, then welcome to the club. But before you drown in frustration and disappointment, let's take a moment for a little honest reflection, with a touch of humor. Picture this: you walk into a store, thoughtfully pick out a gift for a friend, wrap it with love, and deliver it with a warm smile. But the next day, your friend doesn't show up with a brand new sports car to say thank you. Would you feel cheated? If your answer is yes, then it's possible you're confusing heartfelt acts with transactional exchanges. Life, especially when it comes to human relationships, isn't like the stock market. You can't trade kindness for rewards like you're dealing shares. If that's your approach, then what you're doing isn't really generosity. It's an emotional investment with strings attached. And let's be real, the Stoics didn't gain their timeless wisdom by investing in emotions or playing the game of expectation. True Stoic virtue lies in doing the right thing simply because it aligns with your values, not because you're hoping for applause or a pat on the back. When you act from the heart, expecting nothing in return, you're not just helping someone. You're gently unraveling the knot of anxiety that builds up when every action hinges on receiving something in return. If every kind gesture becomes a transaction in your mind, then peace of mind will always be just out of reach, fragile and temporary, like a castle made of sand. The Stoics remind us that true strength comes from acting in accordance with our principles, not in chasing validation. But, let's be real, this way of thinking doesn't come naturally. It takes practice. Try imagining that every time you do something kind, instead of awaiting a thank you or a favor in return, you find joy in the act itself. It becomes like a hobby, altruism for the soul. Sure, at the beginning you might feel like a fisherman casting your net into the sea, waiting for it to come back with some sign of gratitude. But in time, you'll discover that the real reward is something much deeper, the quiet satisfaction of knowing you acted with integrity. If you're feeling let down because someone didn't reciprocate your kindness, remember, that disappointment doesn't define the worth of your actions. Real fulfillment doesn't come from what you receive, but from the inner knowing that you stayed true to your best self. It's like exercising, not because you want a medal, but because you value health and well-being. And if you're waiting for the universe to reward your efforts, well, you may be waiting for a long time. So, the next time you're faced with the choice between giving freely or giving with strings attached, remember this: inner peace is found in the act of giving itself, not in hoping for something in return. Give from your heart. And if life decides to surprise you with a reward, then great. If not, at least you'll have the quiet pride of knowing you acted as the best version of yourself. As Gandhi once said, true peace doesn't come from what we receive, but from what we give freely, without expectation. Have you ever felt like you're stuck between a past you can't change and a future you can't predict? Like life itself is on pause, and you're waiting for some invisible signal to finally allow yourself to relax and live? If that hits home, you're definitely not alone. So many of us drift through the day caught between regrets about yesterday and worries about tomorrow. But what if there's a way out of that loop? The answer is surprisingly simple: live in the present. That timeless sacred space that so many spiritual traditions praise, the now. I get it. It sounds like another overused self-help mantra. But trust me, it's more than that. Picture the past as an old friend who won't stop bringing up memories you've outgrown, pulling you back into stories you no longer want to relive. Meanwhile, the future is like a whimsical child, always promising magic and success, yet never delivering on time. And while you're tangled up in both, you completely miss the only thing that really exists, this moment, right now. Stoic philosophy offers a powerful reminder: accept what you can't change and focus on what you can control. Marcus Aurelius, one of the wisest Stoics, said that the key to happiness is letting go of expectations about the future and embracing the present with calm acceptance. Why not bring a bit of that timeless wisdom into your everyday life? To truly experience the present, start with something as small as practicing mindfulness. And no, you don't need to become a Buddhist monk or a meditation expert. Mindfulness is simply the art of being fully aware of what you're doing in the moment. Think of the joy you feel when you slowly savor a delicious meal. That's mindfulness in action. Try this. Next time you're doing something routine, like washing the dishes, instead of thinking about tomorrow's to-do list or replaying a bad conversation, give that moment your full attention. Feel the warmth of the water, the texture of the soap, the sound of the dishes. That one simple act can become an unexpected pocket of peace. You can even bring this into your relationships. Rather than planning your reply while someone is speaking, really listen. Tune in, not just to their words, but to their emotions. This shift can transform your connections and ease your mental load. Now, living in the present doesn't mean ignoring your past or abandoning your goals. It means giving the current moment the space and respect it deserves. I'm not suggesting you ditch your responsibilities or forget your dreams. I'm just encouraging you not to get lost in the fog of what's already behind you or what hasn't yet arrived. The next time you catch yourself spiraling into thoughts of what was or what might be, ground yourself in what is. This moment, right now, is all you truly have. It's the only space where you can find real peace and contentment. So, hold on to that truth. The present is the only moment that belongs to you. Now, imagine this. You're in the middle of a strong river, and you're trying with all your might to swim upstream. It's exhausting, frustrating, and at some point, you start to realize maybe you're not meant to fight the current. That's what it feels like when you cling to emotions, memories, or thoughts that belong in the past. We've all been there. Stoic philosophy, which, yes, might sound like something tucked away in an old leather-bound book, has a clear and powerful message here. Peace comes from learning to let go. The Stoics weren't big fans of emotional melodrama. They believed that freedom comes when we release our grip on things we can't control. If you feel stuck in a cycle of emotional fatigue, of replaying the same old heartbreaks or regrets, maybe it's time to admit that you've been swimming upstream. And the first step in letting go, acknowledging what's weighing you down. If there's a thought that haunts you each night, or a grudge that knots your stomach, ask yourself, why are you still carrying it? Holding on to that pain is like keeping a stone in your pocket just because someone handed it to you years ago. Sure, it might not be easy to throw that stone away, but you can at least set it down for a while. Think of it like driving down a road and someone throws a rock at your car. You could let that stone ruin your journey, or you could keep moving forward. Of course, you might be tempted to throw the stone back, but who are you really hurting in the process? Detaching from toxic thoughts and feelings requires one thing above all: acceptance. Accept that you can't rewrite the past. You can't hold off the future. Trying to is like catching rain with your bare hands. You'll just get soaked and angry. Instead, focus on what you can handle, your reactions, your mindset, and your choices in this moment. One helpful approach is simple self-care. Make a list of the things that bring you peace. Maybe it's a walk in nature, reading a good book, or sipping your favorite drink in silence. When you engage with what lifts your spirit, you start clearing mental space away from all those heavy thoughts. And don't forget, letting go doesn't mean pretending you're not hurting. It's like cleaning out a cluttered closet. You can't just slam the door shut and ignore the mess. You have to take things out one by one and decide what to keep and what to release. Allow yourself to feel the full spectrum of your emotions, process them, and then gently release them. In doing so, you make room for calm, clarity, and joy. So the next time you find yourself fighting the current of your mind, remember that clinging only drains you. True peace flows in when you learn to release and accept. Like Nelson Mandela once said, holding on to the past is like trying to stop the tide. You'll only drown if you don't learn to let go. We live in a world where busyness is worn like a badge of honor, and stress is considered normal. It's like we're all caught in a whirlwind of chaos, barely able to hear ourselves think. But here's a simple truth. The ancient Stoics understood well. Taking just a few quiet minutes each day for relaxation can serve as your direct gateway to a calm state of mind. One so steady that even traffic jams, demanding bosses, or unsettling news reports can't shake you. Now, I know what you might be thinking. Meditation? That's just for monks or people hiding out in mountain caves. Well, maybe it once seemed that way, but meditation is also for people like you and me, those of us who aren't searching for peace in remote retreats, but in the chaos of daily living. Meditation isn't a badge that turns you into a hermit. It's a practical tool, a way to quiet the mental clutter and recenter yourself. Picture this for a moment. Your mind is like a radio that never stops switching channels, jumping between static and loud pop songs. It's a constant stream of noise and distraction. Meditation acts like a mute button, giving you a few moments of stillness in a sea of chaos. It doesn't aim to silence the noise forever. Instead, it teaches you how to live with it, without letting it drive you to the edge. By dedicating just a few minutes each day, meditation becomes like taking a break in the middle of a grueling obstacle course. It's that brief pause that helps you gather your thoughts and let your anxieties fade, almost like magic. So, how do you start? It's not complicated. You can begin by finding a quiet space, your room, or even the bathroom if that's what's available. Sit down comfortably, close your eyes, and allow your mind a few moments to let go of the whirlwind of worries that often feel urgent but are really just background noise. Another great approach is listening to soothing music. It can be your companion on the path toward calmness. Think of relaxing music as a gentle embrace for your mind, reminding you that it's perfectly okay to release the stress of the day and return your focus to the present moment. This simple act is a powerful way to reconnect with yourself, especially when the world outside feels like it's in a constant state of disorder. The notion of living peacefully regardless of what's happening around you might sound far-fetched. But if the ancient Stoics managed to find inner serenity during the most chaotic times of history, why can't you? Stoic philosophy teaches a simple but profound truth. We cannot control external events, but we can absolutely control how we react to them. If you take just a few minutes each day to nurture your inner calm, you'll notice that those uncontrollable circumstances lose much of their grip over you. So the next time you find yourself stuck in endless traffic or drowning in a flood of emails, remember, you can pause, breathe, close your eyes, and realign with yourself. You don't have to escape the world to find peace. All you need is a few mindful moments and the willingness to slow down. Taking time to meditate or to simply listen to calming music isn't a luxury or a passing wellness trend. It's a real, down-to-earth strategy to stay grounded in the middle of life's storms. So take that small but meaningful first step toward mental stillness. Don't let the noise of the outside world rob you of your right to inner peace. It may seem too simple to work, but that's the truth many are finally beginning to embrace. Inner peace isn't a final destination. It's a daily journey that begins with each breath you take. Now let's talk about something else that quietly steals our peace. Criticism. Constructive criticism, destructive criticism. Have you ever considered how much time and energy we waste judging, comparing, and jumping to hasty conclusions? It's a bit like those moments when you sit on your couch with grand plans to fix the world, only to realize later that your biggest accomplishment was finishing a pack of cookies. Sure, tearing things apart with criticism can feel satisfying in the moment, but over time it becomes a fast lane to frustration, disappointment, and inner restlessness. So how do we reclaim serenity amid this mental mess we often create for ourselves? The answer lies in learning not to judge. Imagine you're on a battlefield. On one side is a sharp arrow labeled destructive criticism, and on the other, a spear named self-acceptance. The arrow is piercing and cold, while the spear feels more like a warm embrace. Which one would you choose? Your instinct might pull you toward the arrow, It's easier to criticize others and yourself. But that path leads nowhere except to a constant feeling of inadequacy. It's like trying to fill a bucket with no bottom. No matter how much effort you put in, it's never enough. Here's where Stoic wisdom becomes more helpful than any self-help manual. The Stoics believed in focusing on what we can control and surrendering what we can't. Rather than using your energy to criticize what's out of your hands, why not direct that energy toward what you can change? For instance, instead of judging how others live their lives, shift your focus to becoming the best version of yourself. What if you used that time you normally spend criticizing to learn a new skill or work on self-improvement? Not only would the results be more fulfilling, but you'd also find a surprising amount of peace in the process. When you stop judging and comparing, you invite more flexibility and tolerance into your life. Sometimes criticism feels like a national pastime, but in this game, everyone loses. By choosing to be more understanding rather than judgmental, you start to see that the world isn't quite as chaotic as it seemed. It's like trying to solve a puzzle without having the picture on the box. At first, it's confusing and overwhelming, but with patience and an open mind, the pieces eventually fall into place. Inner peace doesn't live in constant judgment or endless comparisons. If you truly want to experience peace without emotional suffering, begin by breaking the habit of criticizing everything and everyone, including yourself. Learn to be gentle, accepting, and tolerant. That's when serenity finds its way into your life. As Marcus Aurelius put it in Meditations, inner peace begins when we stop fighting the world and start making peace with ourselves. Let's now turn our attention to something just as important: solving your basic needs. Living in peace might sound as easy as making a wish and snapping your fingers. But let's be honest, peace isn't hiding in some hidden corner of your mind. Sometimes it feels like inner peace is playing a game of hide and seek, and until your foundational needs are addressed, it will remain out of reach. The reality is that if you want to taste that rare and sacred tranquility, your life needs to have order. And no, I'm not talking about organizing your coffee mug collection. I'm talking about the essentials: shelter, nourishment, and relationships. Let's put it in context. Imagine building a house. Before you can even think about decorating, you need a solid foundation. You can't build your sanctuary on poetic thoughts about meditating in the Himalayas. You need bricks and mortar, real practical basics. Your inner peace works the same way. Its foundation lies in your fundamental needs. First, let's talk about home. Not the picture-perfect setups you scroll past on Instagram, but a space, any space, where you feel safe. A refuge that gives you a sense of security, a place to recharge away from the world's noise. Without that sense of physical and emotional stability, how can you even begin to look for peace? Then there's food, not fast food cravings, but real nutrition. Your body needs fuel, and without it, both your physical and mental systems are constantly under pressure. That tension doesn't lead to peace. It leads to burnout. Now, think about relationships. If your circle is filled with negativity and drama, your peace is like a fragile plant caught in a storm. It simply can't thrive. You need people around you who uplift you, who provide emotional support, and who genuinely care about your well-being. Without those kinds of connections, even the wisest Stoic teachings will feel hollow compared to the emotional turmoil you're navigating. So how do you start building this foundation for peace? Begin by identifying the areas of your life that are in crisis. If you don't have a stable place to live, explore your options, even if that means adjusting your expectations. You don't need luxury, just a place that gives you a sense of security. As for food, take some time to learn about nutrition and make simple changes. You don't need to eat gourmet meals, just real food that keeps your mind and body in balance. When it comes to your relationships, do a little soul searching. Take stock of who's in your life, who lifts you up, who weighs you down. Sometimes peace comes not from adding more people, but from letting go of toxic ones and surrounding yourself with those who nourish your spirit. In the end, the pursuit of peace isn't some magical final quest. It's a series of practical, intentional actions. Without addressing your most basic needs, peace will continue to be a mirage. So if you truly want that calm everyone seems to talk about, start by laying down strong foundations, a safe space, nourishing food, and healthy relationships. Once you've ensured that your basic needs are met, you'll be ready to explore that elusive state of tranquility. As a wise Stoic once said, stability is found in the essentials, and when those are in place, peace will become a consistent presence in your life. Now, let's talk about accepting your imperfections. Have you ever tried to be perfect? Or perhaps you spent a few moments chasing that elusive ideal? In your quest for perfection, you likely tried to fit into molds that even you couldn't have imagined. Eventually, you found yourself struggling to meet expectations that seemed to be designed by an alien committee with a very questionable sense of humor. But let me tell you something. Perfection is a myth. It's an illusion we're sold as if it's the holy grail of existence. Perfection, my friend, is like a shiny unicorn everyone talks about, but one that's never actually been seen in real life. You might think that if you could just fix your hair, your love life, or your ability to make the perfect souffle, you could reach that sublime level of existence. But the truth is, not even the most famous influencers have a perfectly balanced life. Everything is just a well-rehearsed show. So, why do you torment yourself trying to reach something that doesn't even exist? Consider the Stoic philosophy for a moment. The Stoics teach us that suffering comes from fighting against what we cannot change. So why torture yourself trying to be perfect in a world where no single standard of perfection exists? Instead of this exhausting pursuit, why not embrace your imperfections and see them as part of what makes you unique? Before you fall into a sea of self-pity, here's a practical perspective. Think of yourself as a work of art in constant evolution. Imagine you are a canvas on which you paint with colors that sometimes go beyond the edges. Those scribbles that seem like mistakes often turn out to be the most interesting details. If you focus only on the perfect edges, you'll miss the beautiful chaos that makes your life truly unique. No, you don't have to be perfect. You just have to be yourself. And being yourself means accepting that sometimes you'll make mistakes, feel clumsy, or be asked if you really know what you're doing. But at the end of the day, that's not what makes life truly exciting. So what should you do with all of this? First, begin by accepting your imperfections as part of your identity. Don't fight them. Embrace every little flaw and learn to laugh at them. Second, focus on enjoying the journey rather than obsessing over the end goal of perfection. Pay attention to the small, joyful moments that make up your life. Remember, living at peace doesn't mean a life free from problems. It means knowing how to manage your expectations. If you cling to the idea of perfection, you'll miss out on the real fun of life. Life is about accepting that you don't fit into every mold and instead creating your own. Let go of perfection. I assure you, neither you nor I, nor will anyone else on this planet ever reach that illusory state. But if you learn to enjoy your imperfections and live with joy, you'll find that life is far more enjoyable and rewarding. As Einstein once said, perfection is the prison of the mediocre. Imperfection is the freedom of the great. So go ahead, live imperfectly and celebrate every little chaotic moment in your life. After all, it is your life. If you've made it this far, please leave a comment saying, "Live and let live," so I know who the true winners are, those who have reached the end of this valuable lesson. I'm eager to hear your success stories. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so YouTube knows these videos are helping people like you. That way, we can keep creating more content like this. Also, I recommend checking out the last 2 videos that will appear on your screen. Thank you so much for your time and support. See you in the next video. Imagine waking up every day with a clear sense of purpose, unaffected by setbacks, undeterred by the chaos around you, and constantly focused on what truly matters. It sounds almost superhuman, doesn't it? Yet, this was the reality for one of the most powerful men in ancient history, Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor and a Stoic philosopher. His personal notes, which have survived for millennia, are not just relics of a past era. They provide strikingly relevant advice on how to harness the power of self-discipline in today's noisy world. In this exploration, we will delve deep into the core of Stoicism, examining its principles not as abstract ideas, but as practical tools for living a more disciplined and fulfilled life. Stoicism teaches us how to transform adversity into opportunity, emotional turmoil into peace, and life's unpredictability into a source of strength. Whether you're facing daily stress, searching for inner peace, or seeking ways to boost your productivity, understanding the Stoic way of life offers profound insights. In a world filled with endless distractions and instant gratifications, Stoic philosophy grounds us in the virtues of wisdom, courage, justice, and moderation. It's not just about enduring life, it's about thriving within it, no matter the obstacles that arise. If you're ready to change how you view and handle life's challenges, stay tuned as we unpack the powerful, life-altering teachings of Marcus Aurelius and how they can be applied to cultivate a robust and disciplined life today. As we embark on this journey through Stoic philosophy and Marcus Aurelius's profound teachings, if you appreciate what we're doing here, a simple and free favor I ask is for you to hit the subscribe button. Don't skip any part of this video, because if you're here, you're already different from the majority. Consider yourself an exception and stay tuned for the unique insights we will explore together. At the heart of Marcus Aurelius's philosophy lies the belief that self-discipline starts with finding your purpose. But what does it really mean to find your purpose? It's about discovering what truly matters to you, what drives you at your core, and aligning your daily actions with that deeper calling. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about living in agreement with nature, which, in Stoic terms, means understanding your role in the larger context of life and acting in harmony with your virtues. For Aurelius, purpose wasn't just an abstract ideal. It was a practical compass that guided his every decision, from the smallest to the most significant. He believed that understanding one's purpose is what gets you out of bed each morning, ready to face the challenges of the day. It's what keeps you focused and steadfast when distractions arise, And it's not about achieving grand feats or seeking external validation. Instead, it's about fulfilling the duties life presents to you, approaching every task with commitment and integrity. In today's world, finding your purpose can seem overwhelming. We are constantly surrounded by choices and distractions which can pull us away from our true paths. This is where Stoic wisdom becomes not just helpful, but essential. Stoicism teaches us to peel back the layers of superficial desires and fleeting emotions to reveal what is truly essential for our well-being and growth. It encourages us to ask ourselves, what is truly worth my time and energy? How can my actions today contribute to the greater good and to my personal development? As you consider how to apply this principle in your life, think about what you are naturally drawn to, what gives you deep satisfaction, or what challenges you feel motivated to solve. These are clues to your purpose, and once you identify them, the Stoic practice of daily reflection becomes invaluable. By aligning your actions with your purpose, by saying no to what doesn't serve you and yes to what does, you can cultivate the self-discipline necessary to lead a meaningful and impactful life. Take this insight from Marcus Aurelius and apply it daily. Ask yourself each morning, what am I meant to do today? And each evening, have I lived true to my purpose? Over time, this practice will not only build self-discipline, but also transform your life into a more purposeful and fulfilling journey. When Marcus Aurelius wrote about self-discipline, a recurring theme in his reflections was the importance of relying on oneself. To count on yourself is not just about self-reliance. It is a fundamental part of Stoic philosophy, which emphasizes personal accountability and independence. This doesn't mean isolating yourself or rejecting help from others. Rather, it's about recognizing that the ultimate responsibility for our actions, reactions, and personal growth lies within us. In Stoicism, focusing on what is within our control is paramount. Aurelius often discussed the power of the self in confronting whatever challenges life presents. By counting on ourselves, we tap into our inner resilience and strength. This principle teaches us to trust our ability to navigate life's uncertainties and adversities. It's about building confidence, not through arrogance, but through competence, through a thorough understanding of our own capacities and virtues. This self-reliance is both liberating and daunting, particularly in today's interconnected world where opinions and advice are constantly available. Learning to listen to our inner voice can be challenging. However, Stoicism teaches us to filter out the noise and trust our reasoned judgment. Aurelius believed that this internal guidance was the most reliable counsel one could have, because it is rooted in reason and virtue. By counting on ourselves, we also develop autonomy in our decision-making processes. This autonomy enables us to make choices that align with our values and principles, rather than being swayed by external pressures or temporary emotions. Such autonomy is crucial for maintaining personal integrity and for living a life true to oneself. So, how can we begin to truly count on ourselves? It starts with small steps, making commitments and keeping them, setting personal goals and working toward them independently, and taking time to reflect on our decisions and whether they align with our core values. Over time, these practices strengthen our self-discipline, making us more resilient and grounded in the face of life's challenges. Marcus Aurelius consistently emphasized the power of persistence, showing up not just in body but in spirit every single day. This practice is not about occasional monumental efforts, but about the quiet, steady dedication to daily tasks which collectively build a disciplined life. For Aurelius, showing up every day was synonymous with living in accordance with nature. To him, nature demanded not just existence, but active participation in life, contributing to the world through our actions, no matter how small or routine they might seem. Each day presented itself not as an arena for grand battles, but as an opportunity to demonstrate one's commitment to principles and duties. It is in the consistency, the everyday effort, where character is built and tested. In today's world, where distractions abound and motivation can be fleeting, the idea of showing up every day gains even more significance. It's easy to feel inspired one day and completely off track the next. This is where Stoicism teaches us the value of consistency. It's not the intensity of our actions, but the regularity that cultivates true discipline. This doesn't mean that every day needs to be a masterpiece of productivity. It simply means not allowing a day to pass unnoticed or unutilized. Whether advancing in our careers, improving our health, or deepening our relationships, progress in any area requires the simple, often overlooked commitment to show up every day. Moreover, showing up every day is deeply intertwined with the Stoic practice of mindfulness, being present in the moment and doing today's work today, without being burdened by yesterday's failures or tomorrow's worries. Marcus Aurelius wrote extensively about focusing on the present and doing the task at hand to the best of one's ability. This focus turns routine into ritual and effort into improvement. To cultivate this discipline, start small. Decide what showing up means for you. It could be as simple as writing a single paragraph of that book you've been meaning to write, doing a 5-minute workout, or spending 10 uninterrupted minutes with a loved one. The scale is not what transforms us. It's the act of showing up itself. Every day that you honor your commitment, you reinforce your willpower and build the resilience that is at the core of Stoic philosophy. By adopting this daily practice, you fully embrace the Stoic value of personal responsibility and the pursuit of self-improvement. You become a living embodiment of the principle that while we cannot control the outcomes of our actions, we can control the efforts we put into them. Through the consistent act of showing up, we develop the discipline required to lead a purposeful and fulfilling life. This Stoic practice, strongly supported by Marcus Aurelius, goes beyond simply making life intentionally difficult. It is about preparing yourself for the unpredictability of life, strengthening your resilience, and cultivating a deeper appreciation for what you have. Like many Stoics, Marcus Aurelius believed that voluntarily choosing discomfort helps fortify the mind against the inevitable times when life will impose discomfort upon us. This could involve foregoing certain comforts, enduring physical challenges, or simply practicing self-denial in small, everyday decisions. The logic behind this is straightforward. If you become accustomed to hardship, sudden adversities will not destabilize you. Essentially, you are training your resilience, building mental strength so that you can face life's challenges with calmness and composure. But why should we embrace discomfort in a world that continually offers us comfort? The answer lies deep within Stoic philosophy, which holds that growth often happens at the edges of our comfort zones. By willingly stepping into spaces that are less comfortable, we not only test our mental and emotional boundaries, but also expand them. This practice is not about punishing ourselves. Rather, it is about shifting our perspective. Comfort should not be seen as a necessity, but as a luxury we can choose to do without. By practicing voluntary hardship, we also nurture gratitude. It becomes easy to take the everyday comforts of life for granted, but when we occasionally go without them, we begin to appreciate them more deeply. Simple actions, such as skipping a meal, can enhance our appreciation for the food we have, or choosing to walk instead of driving might deepen our gratitude for our mobility and health. Additionally, voluntary hardship connects us to the reality that many people endure involuntary hardships daily. This awareness can foster empathy, humility, and a more profound understanding of the human condition, grounding us in the shared reality we have with others. So how can we incorporate this practice into our own lives? Start small. Choose something manageable, such as waking up an hour earlier than usual, limiting your technology use for a day, or opting for the stairs instead of the elevator. The important thing is not the scale of the hardship, but the regularity and intentionality behind it. Every act of voluntary discomfort is a step towards greater mental fortitude and self-discipline. This principle draws a clear distinction between what is and isn't within our control, urging us to focus only on the former. This seemingly simple idea can profoundly change our approach to life's challenges, reducing anxiety and fostering a deeper sense of peace and resilience. So, what exactly is within our control? According to Stoicism, it's primarily our actions, reactions, and judgments. Our thoughts, will, and responses are the areas where we hold power. Everything external, be it the weather, the actions of others, or global events, is beyond our direct control. Marcus Aurelius frequently stressed this point in his Meditations, noting that becoming upset or disturbed by things outside our control is not just unproductive, but harmful to our well-being. The practice of the dichotomy of control begins with this realization. While we can influence external events, we cannot control them entirely. The Stoic approach is to accept this fact not passively, but as a liberating truth. By focusing on our own actions and letting go of attachment to outcomes, we can maintain our tranquility and effectiveness regardless of what happens around us. This doesn't mean we become indifferent or detached from the world. On the contrary, we engage with it more constructively, channeling our efforts where they can actually make a difference. In daily life, applying the dichotomy of control involves asking ourselves, is this within my control, before reacting to any situation? If it's not, the Stoic response is to let it go and move on. Of course, this is easier said than done. It requires practice, mindfulness, and the occasional reminder to ourselves of what truly lies within our sphere of influence. Moreover, this practice has significant implications for how we set goals and manage expectations. While we work towards our goals, tying our happiness or self-worth to the achievement of outcomes that are influenced by numerous external factors only sets us up for frustration. Instead, Stoicism teaches us to find satisfaction in the process itself, in adhering to our values and putting forth the effort. Marcus Aurelius and other Stoic philosophers did not promise a life without challenges. Rather, they offered a strategy for maintaining inner peace and dignity no matter what life throws our way. By practicing this principle, we not only enhance our own lives, but also influence those around us by setting an example of calmness and resilience in the face of life's inevitable uncertainties. This concept centers on the profound understanding of personal responsibility and the Stoic commitment to self-mastery. Rather than adopting a victim mentality where we see ourselves as passive recipients of life's hardships, Stoicism empowers us to seize control over our perceptions and responses. This empowerment is central to the Stoic belief that our happiness and peace of mind are determined more by our internal state than by external events. The idea isn't to deny the difficulties or injustices we face, but to shift the focus from what happens to us to how we respond to it. Aurelius believed that every external event comes with a choice. How will we let it define us? By refusing to play the victim, we reject the notion that our emotional well-being is at the mercy of external circumstances. This realization is liberating, opening the door to greater personal growth and resilience. In practicing this principle, we begin by observing our habitual reactions to challenging situations. Do we instinctively look for external factors or others to blame? Do we spend our energy complaining about the situation rather than addressing it? Changing these patterns isn't about suppressing our emotions, but about understanding them more deeply and redirecting our energy towards more constructive actions. It involves acknowledging our pain and disappointments, but also recognizing our ability to move forward despite them. Furthermore, this Stoic teaching encourages us to view every obstacle as an opportunity to practice virtue and strengthen our character. This perspective is proactive and empowering, transforming what could feel like helplessness into an opportunity for choice. Each challenge becomes a test of our commitment to our values and an opportunity to demonstrate fortitude, perseverance, and resilience, the very qualities that define the Stoic ideal. By never adopting a victim mentality, we live out the Stoic ideal of emotional independence, cultivating an inner fortress of calm and balance from which we can engage more fully with the world around us. This doesn't mean becoming emotionless or indifferent, but rather reaching a state where our happiness is not easily disrupted by the inevitable ups and downs of life. In this way, we don't live at the whim of our circumstances, but in alignment with our deepest principles, regardless of what life brings our way. Marcus Aurelius championed this principle not just as a personal discipline, but as a pathway to greater freedom and satisfaction. In the Stoic view, mastering one's impulses by delaying gratification is not about denying pleasure, but about achieving a higher level of fulfillment that aligns with one's values and long-term goals. Delayed gratification, in the Stoic sense, involves the strategic postponement of immediate desires in order to gain more meaningful and lasting rewards. It's about making choices that might not bring instant satisfaction, but lead to enduring well-being and personal growth. In today's world, where instant gratification is the norm and patience is becoming increasingly rare, the ability to wait and hold off for something better stands as a highly valuable skill. For Stoics like Marcus Aurelius, the practice of delaying gratification wasn't just about postponing pleasure, it was about maintaining control over one's desires. He believed that succumbing to fleeting pleasures could ultimately lead to a loss of freedom, as one becomes enslaved by their impulses and whims. In contrast, by exercising restraint and making decisions based on reason and foresight, we can create a life that prioritizes lasting tranquility and contentment rather than temporary indulgence. Applying delayed gratification in our daily lives can begin with small, intentional habits. It might involve choosing to save money instead of spending it impulsively, opting for a healthy meal over fast food, or dedicating time to learning or practicing a skill instead of engaging in immediate leisure activities. Every such decision strengthens the Stoic practice of prioritizing long-term rewards over short-term comfort or pleasure. The benefits of this mindset are far-reaching. Research in psychology supports the Stoic belief, showing that people who can delay gratification tend to achieve better outcomes in areas such as their career, education, health, and personal relationships. These individuals are often better at managing stress, achieving their goals, and leading healthier, more fulfilling lives. The concept of delayed gratification goes beyond merely ignoring immediate desires. It's about cultivating mental resilience, the kind that helps one remain steadfast in their beliefs and focused on their goals, even in the face of doubt or skepticism from others. For Stoics, the opinions, whether positive or negative, of others are beyond our control and should not be relied upon for validation or direction. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about the importance of concentrating only on actions and opinions that lie within our control, asserting that true peace comes from within and is not disturbed by external judgments. This Stoic detachment is not about dismissing others, but about maintaining an internal locus of control. It teaches us to filter out external noise that does not serve our greater purposes or align with our values. In practical terms, ignoring the opinions of others is especially important in today's world, where feedback and criticism are abundant and often come with a click of a button. While constructive feedback can indeed aid growth, baseless or unfounded criticism should not steer us off our course. It is crucial to discern whether the criticism we receive is informed, well-meaning, and consistent with our core values. Practicing Stoic indifference means building a personal philosophy strong enough to withstand external pressures. This philosophy allows us to be confident in our choices, not from a place of arrogance, but from a deep understanding of our values and goals. Marcus Aurelius practiced this consistently, not just as an emperor, but as an individual striving for virtue in a complex world. The ability to ignore naysayers also builds emotional resilience, helping us become less reactive to negative opinions and more focused on our long-term vision. In a culture that places a significant emphasis on social validation, being able to step outside this cycle and remain true to oneself is both rare and powerful. By embracing the Stoic practice of ignoring critics, we not only protect our mental space, but also consciously choose where to invest our emotional energy. This practice allows us to avoid distractions and stay aligned with our internal dialogue, which ultimately shapes our lives. A key aspect of Stoicism is learning from the lives of those who have mastered the virtues we aim to cultivate. Emulating wise individuals is not about copying their behavior, but rather about drawing lessons from their examples to enrich our own character and decision-making. Despite his position as an emperor, Marcus Aurelius often expressed admiration for the qualities of others, whether they were historical figures or contemporaries. He saw the emulation of such individuals as a way to internalize their strengths and virtues. For him and other Stoics, wisdom was not merely abstract knowledge, but a practical guide for living well, which was best understood through the actions of those who applied these principles effectively. In the context of Stoicism, the choice of whom to emulate involves recognizing individuals who embody the Stoic virtues of wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. These individuals could be historical figures, contemporaries, or even fictional characters from literature who exhibit qualities such as resilience, ethical integrity, and rational thinking. The key is to look for those whose lives provide a roadmap for facing challenges with grace and determination. Today, This practice calls for a thoughtful selection of role models whose values align with our own aspirations. It's more than mere admiration. It's about observing how these individuals navigate their lives, make decisions, and handle adversity. By doing so, we can learn from their approaches and integrate aspects of their mindset into our own lives to improve our conduct and choices. Emulating wise individuals helps bridge the gap between abstract Stoic principles and the actions we take in our daily lives. It makes these philosophical ideals more accessible and compelling as we see their tangible impact in the lives of those we respect. Through this practice, we engage in a dynamic form of learning and self-improvement that reinforces our commitment to growth and excellence. By surrounding ourselves with the influence of virtuous individuals, we set a high standard for our own behavior and decisions, moving us closer to becoming the wise people we aspire to be. This process is not simply about recounting events, but involves deep reflection on one's thoughts, actions, and responses each day. It's a means of examining whether our behaviors align with the values and virtues that Stoicism promotes: wisdom, justice, courage, and moderation. This introspective process is vital because it serves as a feedback loop that increases our awareness of our decisions and actions. For Stoics, the purpose of this daily review is not to dwell on mistakes or indulge in self-criticism, but to observe and adjust. The aim is to learn from each day's experiences and use that knowledge to refine oneself continually. Marcus Aurelius used this technique not only to fulfill his duties as an emperor, but also to grow as a philosopher and human being. Incorporating this practice into our modern lives can be incredibly beneficial. It encourages us to end each day with quiet reflection, where we ask ourselves important questions. How did I respond to challenges today? Did I act in accordance with my principles? What could I have done better? Were there moments when I lost control, and why? Reflecting on these questions fosters greater self-awareness and guides us toward a more deliberate and intentional life. This practice can also bring a sense of peace and completion at the end of each day, allowing us to address lingering thoughts or stresses before they carry over into the next day. This is especially powerful in today's fast-paced world, where distractions often prevent us from focusing on our deeper goals. By reviewing our day honestly, we practice a form of self-accountability that is both gentle and rigorous. It's about recognizing our strengths while also acknowledging areas for improvement without judgment. This Stoic habit builds resilience and wisdom, teaching us to be both students and teachers in our own lives, constantly learning from our experiences and striving to embody the virtues that define Stoicism. Over time, this practice can transform how we view our days and ultimately how we live our lives, helping us align more closely with the ideals we cherish. Thank you for joining us on this exploration of Stoicism and the timeless wisdom of Marcus Aurelius. Remember, each day is a new opportunity to master yourself and embrace the virtues that define a life well lived. If you're eager to dive deeper, check out one of the suggested videos on your screen next. Your presence enriches our Stoic Journal community, and we are grateful for it. Until next time, continue living intentionally and wisely. Have you ever felt like a forgotten shadow drifting in silence simply because someone chose to keep a calm distance from you? It may not be the end of the world, yet your mind might start spinning stories, telling yourself you must be the problem. but take a deep breath. Sometimes that distance is not rejection, but a quiet space filled with meaning. And in today's video, I'll show you exactly what to do when someone distances themselves from you. We'll uncover 9 powerful lessons, each one a treasure in itself. Don't skip the last one. It carries a profound truth that may just leave you speechless. Why? Because Stoic philosophy holds a timeless truth. We can't control others' actions, but we can always control how we respond. So instead of seeing someone's absence as abandonment, see it as a chance, an opportunity to reconnect with what truly matters. You. It's in those moments of silence that something beautiful can happen. When you stop chasing explanations, when you pause the overthinking, you start to realize a deep truth. Your worth was never tied to someone's presence or attention. Stop letting someone else's silence sour your peace. You gain nothing from it. Instead, tune in, because what's coming next might shift how you view these quiet spaces forever. But before we dive in, I want to share a story with you, a tale that captures the heart of the wisdom we're about to explore. In a remote village nestled between towering mountains and roaring rivers, lived a woman named Mariella. She bore a quiet pain. Her heart ached because someone she held dear had begun to pull away, ignoring her without explanation. Confused and disheartened, Mariella spiraled into sadness, drowning daily in thoughts of what went wrong and why she was being shut out. One day, in search of peace, she wandered aimlessly into the forest. There, by the river, stood a modest cabin home to a wise old man. Seeing the sorrow in her eyes, he gently asked, "My child, what burden do you carry in your heart?" Tears streaming down her face, Mariella shared her story, the sting of being pushed aside without cause. The old man listened with patience, his gaze steady. When she had finished, he nodded and began to speak. "Let me share a tale with you," he said. "Not far from here, in this very forest, once stood a remarkable tree. Its branches were strong, and its leaves sparkled in the sun. Birds from everywhere would flock to it, building their nests, finding shade and shelter. But as seasons passed, some birds flew elsewhere. They stopped resting on its limbs. The tree grew sorrowful, staring at its bare branches, wondering if it had done something wrong." Mariella listened intently as the old man continued. Then one day, the wind rustled through the forest and whispered to the tree, "Do not grieve for the birds who leave. They follow paths that suit their needs. But you must continue to grow. Stretch your limbs toward the sky and deepen your roots in the soil. Those who cherish your shade and strength will return." As the words sank in, something within Mariella began to heal. She realized she could not change the choices of others, but she could choose to grow stronger, just like the tree. With heartfelt gratitude, she thanked the wise man and began her journey home with new understanding. The message was clear. When someone withdraws or stops seeing us, it is not our role to hold them back or decipher their silence. Our true purpose is to keep growing, knowing that those who truly value us will find their way back when the time is right. Now that you've heard Mariella's story, let's dive into the first lesson. If this content speaks to you, I invite you to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss a meaningful insight. Let's begin. Have you ever noticed how uncomfortable silence becomes when someone starts pulling away without warning? That sinking feeling, like being left behind in a void, can be hard to shake. Your mind begins to race, weaving elaborate scenarios, often darker than reality. But pause for a moment. Have you ever thought that silence might not be a rejection? Perhaps it's just a necessary interlude. The Stoics believed that silence holds great value, far beyond the absence of words. It's natural to assume that if someone distances themselves, something must be wrong. Like a broken equation. They ignored me, so I must have failed. But often, this is nothing more than your mind playing tricks on you, constructing stories rooted in insecurity. Silence can mean many things. Perhaps the other person is battling personal storms, facing inner conflict, or simply seeking a moment to breathe. Haven't you too longed at times to disconnect, to not answer messages, to step away even from your own thoughts? Craving space isn't selfish. It's a deeply human need. Sure, distancing can sometimes come from hurtful reasons, but before rushing to painful conclusions, try a different lens. Here's where Stoicism gently steps in, encouraging us to create emotional distance not just from others, but from the overwhelming pull of our own reactions. What truly matters is how we respond to silence. If you assume rejection every time someone steps away, those assumptions will solidify into your reality. But what if you pause that internal storm? What if instead of fearing the silence, you saw it as a chance to reflect, not on what you did wrong, but on what you might learn? What expectations are you holding on to? What beliefs about love, connection, or self-worth are being stirred? Give your mind a moment of stillness. Let the silence be what it is, not a mystery to solve, but a breath of air. Avoid rushing to fill the gap with fear-fueled thoughts. Sometimes silence is simply silence. And within that silence, there's wisdom waiting to be heard. If someone pulls away, let them. You too may need distance at times. That doesn't mean the bond is broken. It just means life is calling both of you to reflect. From the right perspective, silence is not abandonment. It's an opportunity, a pause to understand yourself, your emotions, and your needs more clearly. So the next time you feel pushed aside or overlooked, resist the urge to panic. Breathe. That quiet may be the same kind of quiet you yourself long for when life becomes too noisy. Learning to value silence is ultimately a practice of patience, with others and with yourself. As Epictetus said, silence is not always empty. Sometimes it's the very space where your soul meets itself. Have you ever felt like you didn't exist in someone's world anymore, as though you'd become invisible overnight? That sensation of being ignored cuts deep. It makes you question yourself. What did I do wrong? But here's something you may not have considered. Maybe the key to peace isn't in changing others, but in strengthening your own self-worth. That way, their indifference can't wound you like it used to. Sounds simple, right? But let's be honest. It's incredibly hard to stay grounded when someone's silence makes you feel insignificant. Here's the truth. When you're ignored, your mind often takes over in the worst ways. It starts weaving tales of what you should have done differently, how maybe you're not good enough, or how you must have made some unforgivable mistake. But those thoughts are rarely rooted in truth. They're stories born from doubt and fear. People are flawed, relationships are complicated, and often someone's decision to step away has more to do with them than with you. Maybe they had a rough day, maybe they're going through something, maybe your paths no longer align, and that's okay. So, how do you remain steady in a world that sometimes makes you feel invisible? Here's where the power of self-esteem enters. It's your ability to honor and respect yourself even when others fail to do so. The Stoics taught us that real power lies within. You can't dictate how others treat you, but you can choose your response. Think of your confidence as a small boat on an unpredictable sea. The waves, criticism, disinterest, confusion, will try to toss you around. But if your boat is solid, if it's well built, it won't sink. That doesn't mean the waves won't shake you, but it means you'll stay afloat. You'll survive the storm. That's what strong self-esteem does. It doesn't eliminate pain, but it gives you the resilience to carry on, to hold your worth even when someone else fails to see it, to say, I am still whole even if someone else walks away. And that's just the beginning. There's more to uncover. So, stay with me, because what you learn next could change the way you see yourself and the silence that surrounds you. Don't let yourself be swept away by the emotional tides. When your self-esteem is strong, it becomes easier to create emotional distance when situations get messy. It's not about being indifferent to what others think, but about not letting their opinions define you. If someone disregards you, it does not subtract from your worth. And if they've walked away without offering a reason, maybe it's time to let the winds carry them to wherever they need to go, without letting them pull you off your path. One of the simplest ways to tear down our own self-esteem is through harsh self-criticism. If you ever catch yourself thinking that you're not good enough, remember, those are just thoughts, not truths. A powerful practice is to pause and challenge these thoughts by asking, is this actually true? It might feel awkward at first, but with time, you'll begin to see that many of these negative beliefs are baseless. Often, we're merely projecting our insecurities without any real cause. So instead of saying, they're ignoring me because I don't matter, start shifting that internal dialogue to something like, maybe they're going through something personal, and that has nothing to do with my value. This simple reframing can significantly alter how you feel. It's natural that our relationships influence our self-worth. If you're constantly surrounded by people who don't value you or make you feel unseen, then perhaps it's time to re-evaluate your environment. This doesn't mean abruptly cutting everyone out of your life, but it does mean recognizing who uplifts you and who drains your energy. Prioritize being around those who genuinely appreciate you, those who recognize your worth without you needing to prove anything. The quality of your relationships nourishes your self-esteem. If someone repeatedly diminishes you or treats you as invisible, maybe they need to take up less space in your world. Self-compassion is essential when it comes to nurturing your self-worth. Nobody is flawless. We all stumble, we all have down days, we all make mistakes. The key lies in treating yourself with kindness during those low moments, rather than berating yourself or blaming circumstances you can't control. Learn to embrace who you are, both the light and the shadows. If you allow yourself to simply be human, your self-esteem becomes much more resilient. Everyone experiences periods of self-doubt or times when we feel like we're falling short. But these feelings don't define who you are. Practice self-compassion. Instead of punishing yourself, ask what you need in that moment to feel better and keep moving forward. Sometimes, when others ignore or reject us, the answer isn't to change who we are. It's to remember how far we've already come. Reflect on your wins, no matter how big or small. It could be completing a tough project or overcoming a personal struggle. In moments when you feel unseen, Reconnecting with your own victories can remind you that external validation isn't necessary to affirm your worth. True self-esteem comes from recognizing your own capabilities and strengths. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that the key to staying grounded when others overlook you is your ability to remain confident in who you are. Self-esteem isn't just a pretty idea, it's a real, powerful tool that helps you navigate even the roughest emotional waters. So, the next time someone fails to acknowledge you, take a deep breath, gather yourself, and move forward. At the end of the day, the most important person who needs to believe in your value is you. Etch this truth into your memory, my friend. Real courage doesn't spring from others' approval. It grows from an inner conviction that you are worthy of the best. And this is where redefining your self-worth begins. It's strange, isn't it? How hard it is for us to truly grasp our own value. What's even stranger is that we often feel we need someone else to confirm it for us. Ask yourself, when someone pulls away or ignores you, does it make you feel like you're worth less? If the answer is yes, then it's time to have an honest conversation with yourself. But don't worry, this isn't unusual. Society has taught us in countless ways that external approval is the ultimate measure of our value. But what if that belief is a complete illusion? What if, like the Stoics taught, the real work lies in questioning our internal narratives about our importance? When someone distances themselves, the first thing we often feel is that sinking insecurity. Something must be wrong. I must not be enough. That persistent voice of "I'm not enough" always seems to show up when life doesn't unfold the way we expected. But let me tell you something important. That feeling of inadequacy disappears the moment you understand that your worth is not tied to anyone else's presence or absence. Imagine having to rely on others to know whether you matter. It would be like constantly checking the thermometer to see if the room is warm, forgetting that you have the power to adjust the heat. The Stoics, those ancient philosophers who seem to have life figured out, remind us of something crucial. External approval is irrelevant. They believed that the outside world is full of distractions, and the only true control we have is over our reactions. So when someone steps away from your life, the real question is, how will you respond? Will you let yourself be pulled under by doubt, or will you stay calm, grounded in the knowledge that what's happening outside of you has no bearing on your inner value? Picture this. You're at a party, and someone who usually showers you with attention is now chatting up everyone else. You feel ignored, maybe even a little hurt or angry. That's valid. But what if you took a step back and looked at the situation differently? Does this person's behavior really determine your worth? Maybe they're just caught up in their own stuff. Maybe they're overwhelmed. The crucial part is how you interpret it, because that's the only thing you truly control. If you take it personally and let it weigh you down, you've handed your sense of value over to them. But if you choose to remain unfazed, to see their actions as separate from your self-image, that's where your true strength lies. So how do you begin to shift this mindset? Start with practicing self-compassion. It's simple but deeply powerful. Whenever you feel that twinge of insecurity, take a deep breath. Remind yourself that your worth isn't dependent on being acknowledged or validated by others. Learn to feel at peace with yourself, even when the world seems to overlook you. And no, you don't have to be invincible all the time. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is embrace your vulnerability and still affirm your value. Your worth is not something to be proven, it's something to be known. If others ignore or distance themselves, it doesn't change a thing about who you are. What truly matters is what you believe about yourself. As the Stoics would say, anything beyond our control is irrelevant. The only path to lasting peace is understanding that our value isn't measured by external approval, but by the truths we choose to hold about ourselves. Seneca once told his students, "Your value isn't defined by what others think of you, it's defined by what you think of yourself." And now, let's talk about the art of giving space. Have you noticed how the more you try to get close to someone, the more they seem to pull away? It's as if your need to constantly be present begins to cast a shadow over the relationship. And no, it's not necessarily because they've stopped caring or found someone more interesting, though that might be the case, but that's not the point. Sometimes, the most thoughtful gift you can offer someone is space. A little room to breathe, a little distance, a bit of freedom. The Stoics might call this the practice of moderation applied to our relationships. Because let's be real, who really wants someone constantly breathing down their neck? Attachment, when it goes unchecked, can become like a wild vine. It wraps around everything until it chokes the very life out of it. At first, it's beautiful, the desire to be close, to show care, to share everything. But when that desire morphs into a constant need to be present, it starts to weigh down the other person. They feel trapped in an invisible net, unable to move, to breathe, to think. That's when the tension sets in. Suddenly you feel ignored or pushed away and you don't know what to do. Are you going to stay there, waiting like a puppy with a ball in its mouth, hoping someone will come back and play? Don't do that. No one is asking you to be the soul who clings relentlessly, never letting go for a moment. Nobody is asking you to become the kind of soulmate who clings constantly, or to transform into that overly attentive person who becomes as unbearable as a live microphone in a Zoom meeting. The key, dear friend, lies in serenity. The kind that helps you understand that what isn't said with words is often expressed through distance. Some of the strongest relationships are built not through constant closeness, but through the space they allow. That breathing room creates a calm environment where each person feels free to be themselves, without the pressure of someone constantly watching or tracking every move. This doesn't mean ignoring each other or emotionally disconnecting. No, it means creating the space necessary for both people to breathe, to grow, and yes, even to retreat when needed. If someone takes a step back, it's not necessarily the end of the world. Maybe they're simply seeking some peace or trying to process something happening in their life. It's not about running away. It's about taking a step back to regain balance. It's a simple yet powerful approach. Instead of chasing, try doing the opposite. Let things unfold naturally. And if that idea doesn't quite sit right with you, consider the wisdom of great minds like the Stoics, who remind us that mastering our emotions and respecting others' boundaries is essential for our own peace of mind. Learning to let go is deeply freeing. Giving space doesn't mean giving up. It means you understand that relationships, much like the sea, move with tides. They have highs and lows, moments of calm and storms of intensity. Rather than trying to control every wave, it's better to simply watch the ocean and enjoy the view. Taking a pause might bring you closer than constantly holding on ever could. So, the next time someone starts to pull away, don't panic. Do the same. This isn't a game of pursuit. It's about mastering the delicate art of giving space, which in turn is the truest form of care. As Marcus Aurelius suggested, sometimes stepping back is the wisest way to move forward. Avoid falling into despair. That creeping feeling of being like a lost dog, hoping someone will notice you, it's a painful but familiar experience. When someone you care about starts to pull away or seems distant, it's easy to feel like the world is turning its back on you at the worst possible moment. But I urge you, resist the temptation to fall into despair. When you react from that anxious place, not only is it counterproductive, but it also places you in a vulnerable position that might actually make things worse. Start by identifying what's really happening. Sometimes we misread things and assign too much meaning to behaviors that aren't necessarily about us. If someone doesn't reply to a message right away, or doesn't give you the same attention they once did, it doesn't always mean you're being ignored. Life gets overwhelming. People carry burdens. Their minds are often elsewhere. But if this behavior becomes a consistent pattern, then yes, it might be something deeper. Still, don't throw yourself into the pit of despair. Instead, take a step back and look at the situation with clearer eyes. And even if you've realized this distance isn't just a fluke, don't rush into action. Panicking, demanding answers, or chasing someone for attention only adds to the tension. Imagine standing before a fire and tossing fuel on it instead of water. That's what happens when you act out of insecurity. Your desperation becomes so apparent that instead of pulling the person closer, you push them further away. So what can you do? While there may not be a perfect answer, there is a wise one. Give space. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but Stoic philosophy teaches us to accept what we cannot control. If someone is retreating, what you can control is your response, and often the most powerful response is to do nothing, to allow time and space for clarity to return. This doesn't mean abandoning the situation or pretending nothing is wrong. It means pausing to reflect, and more importantly, it means giving the other person the space to reflect as well. Throughout this process, it's essential to protect your own peace and sense of self-worth. Don't fall into the trap of seeking constant validation. Your value does not depend on someone else's attention. Use this time to focus on yourself. Do the things you love. Reconnect with your own goals and interests. And if need be, re-evaluate the relationship and what you truly want from it. People change. Situations evolve. Don't cling to what's slipping away. Desperation only adds fuel to the fire. And you, my friend, don't need to be the firewood. If you feel distanced or ignored, don't let anxiety take the wheel. Take a step back. Breathe. Give space. With patience and calm, the situation will either resolve itself or give you the clarity to make decisions that honor your well-being. As a wise Stoic saying goes, silence is not always forgetfulness. Sometimes it's the very answer you've been needing. Now let's talk about communication and confrontation. We've all been in that awkward place, wanting to bring up something that's bothering us, but unsure if it's better to speak up or stay quiet. Like when someone starts to ignore you, pulls away without a clear reason, and you're left wondering if you should call them out or just let it slide. Sure, the Stoics remind us to stay calm and not be led by emotions, but sometimes silence feels unbearable. In those moments when you feel ignored or sidelined, like you're talking to a wall, the urge to blurt out, "Why are you ignoring me?" or "What did I do wrong?" can be overwhelming. But let's be real. That kind of emotional outburst usually just stirs up more drama than it solves. The Stoics understood this. They warned against reacting impulsively to every emotional gust. Instead, they encouraged reflection. Ask yourself, do I want this to become a heated confrontation? Or would it be wiser to pause and consider a more grounded response? So how do you deal with feeling ignored without igniting unnecessary conflict? This is where calm communication comes in. Assertiveness isn't about silence or emotional explosions. It's about balance. It's about expressing yourself with clarity and kindness, without blaming or accusing. For example, instead of confronting someone with, "You're ignoring me," try, "I've noticed we've been more distant lately. Has something been on your mind?" That opens the door to dialogue rather than slamming it shut with defensiveness. And if the distance is on your end, why not take the first step? Reach out. Sometimes healing the gap starts with a small gesture. Vulnerability, when shared with sincerity, can be the bridge back to connection. If someone seems distant, don't assume it's about you. People often live inside their own storms and may not realize the impact of their actions. Remember, not everything is about you. What matters is how you choose to handle the situation. Effective communication isn't about winning arguments. It's about understanding and being understood. Stoicism reminds us, true strength lies in controlling your reaction. The next time you feel sidelined, take a breath. Think. Then choose to respond with calm. That's how inner peace is preserved, not through shouting matches, but through thoughtful, mature communication. And finally, let's reflect on the value of not chasing. Have you ever found yourself waiting, hoping, nearly begging for someone's attention? Reaching out again and again while they seem more engaged with their coffee than your words? If so, you know how exhausting and disheartening that chase can be. Have you ever found yourself speaking to someone who seems more interested in their coffee than in what you're saying? If the answer is yes, don't worry, you're not alone. Many of us are constantly seeking validation and acceptance in a world overloaded with stimuli and inflated egos. It has almost become a national pastime. But what if I told you that real strength lies not in the pursuit of being seen, heard, or acknowledged, but in the ability to let go? The relentless desire to be noticed and validated can quickly become a trap. The harder you chase it, the further it seems to slip away. And the worst part? While you're busy pursuing this elusive approval, you begin to lose sight of what truly matters: yourself. Philosophers like the Stoics remind us that genuine serenity stems from what we cultivate internally, not from the thoughts, actions, or opinions of others. If you're always waiting for likes, glances, or compliments, you risk becoming a distorted version of yourself, a mirage that exists only in the perception of others. When someone ignores you, the urge to reclaim their attention is overwhelming. Whether they've pulled away due to a misunderstanding or they simply don't feel like engaging, our typical reaction is to try and win them back. But did you know that this can actually push them even further away? The more you insist, the more you may appear desperate. And worst of all, you miss the golden opportunity to demonstrate your ability to remain composed in the face of indifference. So, how do you turn the situation around? How do you release the grip of this need for approval? By embracing the art of letting go. The first step is to accept the obvious. We cannot control the thoughts or emotions of others. Truly internalizing this truth is liberating. It frees you to act with genuine autonomy. Respect, that elusive quality we all desire, is not something that can be chased or begged for. It arrives when you're able to maintain your inner balance without hinging it on someone else's emotional state. Picture this. Instead of chasing after someone who is emotionally or physically pulling away, you become like a river, flowing with ease, adapting to its surroundings without losing direction. When you let go, you become someone who possesses their own rhythm, someone who doesn't cling to others for identity or validation. This mindset not only brings you peace, but ironically, often earns you more respect and admiration than any desperate pursuit ever could. The Stoic teachings, especially relevant in today's chaotic world, remind us that life is brief and that our only true power lies in how we respond to what happens around us. When you step away from the constant hunger for approval and begin to find joy in your own presence, something profound happens. Calmness settles in, and others notice. They begin to see your authenticity, and that quiet confidence, that unshaken presence, is what truly garners respect. Let go of the futile chase. Stop running after attention that isn't naturally coming your way. Learn to release, and you'll begin to see how life starts to flow effortlessly. True admiration and respect aren't earned by pushing harder, but by being at peace with yourself, independent of what others think or do. As Murphy's Law might suggest, it's often the one who forgets to chase who ends up being pursued. Have you ever felt ignored or pushed aside by someone? It's strange how in those moments it feels as if your whole world collapses and you become the lead in a personal tragedy. But maybe, just maybe, this is your cue to shift focus away from that perceived rejection and turn it inward, toward your own personal growth. It's all too easy to get caught up in obsessing over how others treat us. If someone pulls away, we're quick to assume we've done something wrong, or that we're simply not enough. But what if all of that is just a distraction? What if instead of pouring energy into other people's behaviors, you invested that energy into yourself, into your own evolution and development? Sounds too simple, right? But don't be fooled. This shift in perspective, while hard to accept, is the path that leads to genuine peace. Stoic philosophy, for example, teaches us to focus only on what we can control: our reactions, our thoughts, and our choices. If someone decides to distance themselves, that is outside your control. You can't force anyone to stay, but what you can do is choose how you respond. You could spiral into regret, self-blame, or endless questioning, or you could choose to grow. The first step in that growth is learning the art of detachment. Sure, it's tough, like asking someone to stop breathing. But here's what no one tells you. When you finally exhale, you make room for fresh oxygen, for renewal. When you let go of your dependence on others' approval, you discover something far more valuable: your own authenticity. You stop being a mirror reflecting others' expectations and start becoming the creator of your own life. Imagine waking up one day, looking in the mirror, and saying with confidence, "I'm good, just the way I am." It might sound like a cheesy self-help slogan, but once you get there, the fear of rejection loses its grip, because now the only opinion that really matters is your own. This is where the power of discipline comes in. Committing to personal growth doesn't mean tackling huge tasks. You don't need to read a stack of books or pursue a master's degree in self-development. What you need are small, consistent habits that make you feel grounded. Maybe it's reading an inspiring book chapter a day, journaling your thoughts, or simply taking a quiet walk to reconnect with yourself. Eventually, you start to see yourself differently. You're no longer that person constantly waiting for others to validate you. You become someone who knows their worth, regardless of whether others stay or leave. That no longer has any power over your sense of peace. So, if someone ignores you or distances themselves, why not turn that moment into an opportunity for growth? Life is not a popularity contest. The real victory lies in achieving personal balance and growth. And ironically, it's when you stop depending on others for affirmation that they begin to see your worth more clearly. As my father, God rest his soul, used to say, "He who focuses on himself has no time to complain about others." Have you noticed how the world doesn't end when someone distances themselves or ignores you? Sure, it stings. It's not easy to face. But these moments often carry some of life's most profound lessons. Rather than reacting with panic or drama, what if you saw it as a chance to look inward? Not just at your reflection in the mirror you use to get ready, but at the mirror that reflects your soul. Ask yourself, what's really going on inside? Stoic philosophy has a lot to say about accepting what we cannot control and focusing instead on what we can. So if someone chooses to walk away, instead of waiting for their return or twisting yourself in emotional knots, use that space to rediscover who you are. This isn't about blaming the other person. It's an invitation to reflect deeply and, if needed, make changes that bring you greater inner peace. It might sound contradictory, but being surrounded by people all the time can make you lose touch with yourself. Constantly worrying about what's expected, how to behave, or what roles you must fulfill can disconnect you from your true essence. So when someone steps away, it can be a gift, a pause granted by the universe, a moment to focus not on what they think of you, but on how you are doing. One of the most effective tools for embracing this space is introspection. Ask yourself what you truly want, not what others expect of you. When you give yourself the room to explore your desires, you begin to realize that your relationships shouldn't feel like obligations. They should be spaces of mutual growth. Self-awareness becomes crucial in this process. It helps you identify your boundaries, the ones you may not even realize others have been crossing over and over again. Sometimes disconnection is a wake-up call, reminding you to reconnect with your true self and real needs. But it's not enough to just say, "I'm going to rediscover myself," and expect everything to magically change. This kind of transformation demands effort, dedication, and brutal honesty. A great place to start is with journaling, writing down what you truly want out of life without fear or self-judgment. This process helps you uncover your deepest desires, the ones that aren't shaped by outside pressure. Maybe you just need more time alone. Or maybe you need to heal from a relationship that's been weighing you down. Another helpful practice is meditating on your personal boundaries. Close your eyes and visualize an invisible barrier surrounding you, protecting everything that you are. This isn't about shutting people out. It's about honoring your own space and essence. And that is where true rediscovery begins. This doesn't just create a sense of control, it also strengthens the principle that your well-being must come first. That way, when others overstep your boundaries, you can respond not with panic or desperation, but with calm firmness and self-respect. Gratitude can be a powerful companion when we find ourselves stuck in the whirlwind of complicated relationships and outside pressures. In all the noise, we often overlook the small, meaningful details that reconnect us to who we really are. Cultivating gratitude for peaceful, comforting moments, like getting lost in a good book or taking a quiet walk by yourself, can become a gentle, yet profound way to return to what truly matters and reminds you of what brings you joy. And when the cold wind of indifference comes your way, don't rush into action out of fear. Instead, view that emotional distance as a blessing in disguise. Stoic wisdom teaches us that while we can't control the choices or behavior of others, we always have the power to choose our response. So, if someone pulls away or treats you with silence, that doesn't mean your world is ending. It might actually be the perfect moment to turn inward, strengthen your inner foundation, and realign your focus. Don't let yourself drown in external noise. Don't waste your precious energy trying to make sense of things that don't make themselves clear. In the end, the most important relationship you must protect and nurture is the one you have with yourself. Because once you understand what you truly want and recognize what you will no longer tolerate, life begins to feel less complicated. It becomes more honest, more peaceful, and most importantly, more yours. Let me tell you something, my friend. It may be hard to hear, but it's a truth as solid as stone. Anyone who hasn't learned to enjoy their own company will never truly know whether someone else's presence is genuine. If you've stayed with me this far, I invite you to write in the comments, "Whoever leaves should not come back." I'm eager to read about your breakthroughs and moments of strength. I invite you to subscribe, turn on notifications, and leave a comment. This lets YouTube know these messages are meaningful to people like you, and it inspires us to continue creating this kind of content going forward. Make sure to check out the last 2 videos we recommended as well. Thank you sincerely for your time, your energy, and your support. I'll see you on our next journey. In the journey of life, there are moments when we feel overwhelmed with sadness and discouragement. These are the times when it feels like the weight of the world is on our shoulders, and the darkness seems to cloud our path. However, even in the midst of these emotional storms, it is essential to remember that we are not alone in our struggles. Everyone faces such moments of difficulty, and it is important to recognize that others have walked similar paths and have emerged stronger. This is why in this video we have gathered a collection of inspiring and comforting words. These phrases have been carefully selected to accompany you through your emotional journey. I invite you to stay until the end, where you will find valuable words of encouragement to uplift your spirits and strengthen your resolve when you face moments of sadness. If this is your first time visiting my channel, please consider subscribing and liking the video to support me in continuing to create content like this. These words are intended to serve as a balm for the soul, a gentle reminder that adversity is only temporary and that the strength you need lies within you, waiting to be awakened. Whether you are going through a personal crisis, dealing with loss, or simply need a boost of encouragement in your everyday life, these phrases are here to offer you support, motivation, and hope. As you explore the principles of Stoicism, you can learn to apply them in your modern life through our ebook, Stoic Mindset, a guide to contemporary life. You can find the link to it in the first pinned comment to get it now. I encourage you to open your heart and mind to these powerful words. Let them nourish your spirit and elevate your mood. Together, we can transform darkness into light and find the strength to keep moving forward. Let's begin this journey of healing and growth. Difficulties often prepare ordinary people for extraordinary destinies. This is a reminder that your struggles are not in vain. Through them, you will discover your inner strength and resilience. I am grateful for my beginnings, and I continue to fight because without those struggles, I would not have discovered my true potential. Never be ashamed of your scars, for they are proof that you are stronger than anything that once tried to hurt you. When you choose hope, everything becomes possible. You may not realize it yet, but until you are broken, you cannot fully understand what you are made of. It is through breaking that you learn how to rebuild yourself, stronger than ever before. Imagine if you could feel how important you are to those around you, how much you matter in the lives of people you know, and even in the lives of those you have yet to meet. Every encounter leaves something behind, and your story is one of the bravest things you will ever share. Forgive those who insult you, attack you, or take you for granted. But more importantly, forgive yourself for allowing them to hurt you. There is a difference between giving up and knowing when enough is enough. We must understand that no one can save us except ourselves. It is up to us to walk our own path. Our greatest glory does not lie in never falling, but in getting back up every time we fall. The most beautiful people I have ever met are those who have known trials, struggles and losses, and yet have found their way out of the depths. Even the darkest night eventually ends, and the sun will rise again. Looking back on my life, I now see that every time I thought I was being rejected from something good, I was actually being redirected to something better. Respect yourself enough to say, "I deserve peace," and walk away from people or situations that prevent you from attaining it. You cannot begin the next chapter of your life if you continue reading the previous one. Even on the hardest days, there is always something good to find. One of the happiest moments in life is when you find the courage to let go of what you cannot change. Stop focusing on the stress and instead remember the blessings you already have. True courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to move forward in spite of it. Giving up is the easiest thing to do, but staying strong when everyone else expects you to crumble, that is true strength. Every experience, no matter how bad it may seem, contains a blessing. The goal is to find that blessing. I survived because the fire inside me burned brighter than the fire around me. The most difficult moments often lead to the best times of your life. Difficult situations create strong people, and the struggles you face today are shaping the strength you will need for tomorrow. Don't give up, take care of yourself, and be happy with the beautiful things that make you unique. We need to be kinder to ourselves as we would treat our best friend. Can you imagine how much better we would all be if we did that? Start where you are, use what you have, and do what you can. The word crisis in Chinese is composed of two characters, one meaning danger and the other meaning opportunity. Crisis brings both, and within every challenge, there is the potential for growth. You carry within you good news, the news that you don't yet realize how great you can be, how much you can love, and how much you can achieve. When you make a mistake, treat yourself with love and understanding instead of shame. Breathe, let go, and remember that this very moment is all you have. The only way to truly harness the magic within you is to believe in yourself. You are capable of anything you set your mind to. Love yourself first, and everything else will fall into place. Keep your face towards the sunlight, and the shadows will fall behind you. I admire the person who can smile in trouble, who can find strength in distress, and who becomes brave through reflection. You are braver than you believe, stronger than you seem, and smarter than you think. Winning doesn't always mean being first. Sometimes it simply means improving upon where you were before. Live like nobody's watching. Love like you've never been hurt. Sing like no one's listening. And live like it's heaven on earth. Once you replace negative thoughts with positive ones, you will begin to see positive results. Difficulties prepare ordinary people for extraordinary destinies, and in time, you will see this truth for yourself. Forget past mistakes and failures. Let go of everything except what you plan to do now. There are far better things ahead than anything you are leaving behind, except that you won't always make the right decisions. Sometimes you will fail, but failure is not the opposite of success. It is part of it. Once you choose hope, everything becomes possible. You are enough just as you are, and you have nothing to prove to anyone. If people doubt how far you can go so far that they can no longer hear them. You don't have to control your thoughts. You just need to stop letting them control you. Inner peace begins the moment you choose not to allow another person or event to control your emotions. No one can take away the dances you've already had, and you have the power to keep moving forward no matter what. Trust yourself. You have survived much, and you will continue to survive whatever comes your way. Life may not have gone as planned, but that's okay. We are all in the mud, but some of us are looking at the stars. I have not failed. I've simply found 10,000 ways that don't work. Consider the postage stamp. Its usefulness lies in its ability to stick to something until it gets there. If you think you are too small to make a difference, try sleeping with a mosquito. Life is like a sewer. What you get out of it depends on what you put into it. I always wanted to be someone, but now I realize I should have been more specific. As long as your desire to explore is greater than your fear of making mistakes, you are on the right path. People often say that motivation doesn't last. Well, neither does bathing. That's why we recommend it daily. Whatever you do, always give 100%, unless you're donating blood. When life knocks you down, look at the stars. This too shall pass, though it may pass like a kidney stone. But it will pass. If you believed in Santa Claus for 8 years, you can believe in yourself for just 5 minutes. Everything is solvable. If you're unhappy with your situation, remember that you're not a tree. You can move. If you're not facing challenges, how will you know your true strength? Life can knock you down, but just like a burpee, push through and remember who you once were. The fastest sperm cell made it to the egg. Don't look back, because that's where you might fall. When life hands you lemons, don't just make lemonade. Use them to surprise someone by squirting them in the eye. If you keep your feet firmly on the ground, it'll be hard to put on your pants. Why stay in a bad mood when you have the power to move and shift your perspective? Never let anyone treat you like regular glue. You are glitter glue, shining and unique. People who ponder whether the glass is half empty or half full are missing the point. The glass can be turned and refilled. It seems that rock bottom has a basement, but remember, the best days are still ahead. They're called Saturday of Saturn. Life doesn't always go as planned, but each unexpected turn just means it's time to move on. Never feel ashamed of who you are. That's your parents' job. When you feel down, don't hesitate to grab yourself, literally. Life will knock you down, but just rise up and tell it, is that all you've got? Life is short. Smile while you still have teeth. Always keep your head up, otherwise you'll just be staring at your chest all day. That's enough for today. Don't take life too seriously. You'll never get out of it alive. And don't forget to drink water and get some sun. You're basically a plant with more complicated emotions. Life is short. Buy the shoes. Life is like a hot bath. It feels great when you're in it, but the longer you stay, the more wrinkled you'll become. Don't put off until tomorrow what you can cancel today. You're not weird, you're a limited edition. You'll be fine. You come from a long line of lunatics. Just like a postage stamp, stick to something until you get there. Live like SpongeBob. Laugh all day for no reason and annoy the mean people with your happiness. Life is hard, but it's even harder when you're stupid. You can't protect yourself from sadness and happiness at the same time. Sometimes sadness flies away with time, and it's okay to cry for someone who doesn't care. Any fool would cry for you. But it takes a man with a true heart to make beauty from what weakens us. Sadness is like an ocean, and some days we drown, while on other days we swim. The word happy wouldn't have the same meaning if it weren't balanced by sadness. Tears are words that the heart needs to express, and sadness is just a wall between two gardens. Don't let it overwhelm you. Sadness also acts as a defense mechanism. The walls we build to block out sadness also keep out joy. It teaches us to be ashamed of our confusion, anger, fear, and sadness, emotions that are as valuable as happiness and inspiration. Feeling sadness and anger can actually fuel your creativity, helping you to overcome negativity. Sadness is painful, but it's a necessary emotion to experience. There are two types of people, those who prefer to be sad with others and those who prefer to be sad alone. Pain often creates our sweetest songs, those that speak of the sadness we feel. It's sad to not love, but it's even sadder to be unable to love. Behind every smile, there's often a hidden sadness that no one can see or feel. Every person carries some secret sadness that the world doesn't know. Sometimes we call a man cold when he's really just deeply sad. In deep sadness, there's no space for sentimentality. Every human carries sadness in some form, even if it's not visible on the surface. It's better to forget and smile than to remember and remain sad. We don't always taste happiness or perfection. Our greatest successes often come with traces of sadness. A good life doesn't escape sadness. It allows suffering to contribute to growth. Boredom, anger, sadness, or fear aren't yours. They're just conditions of the mind. People come and go, but nothing that comes and goes is truly you. When you feel sad, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. It doesn't hurt to feel sad occasionally. In fact, melancholy is a kind of happiness. Sad things happen, yes, but we don't have to live in sadness forever. The good moments of today will one day become the sad memories of tomorrow. Sadness comes when someone you know becomes someone you once knew. Tears come from the heart, not from the brain. 1,000,000 words couldn't bring back what's lost, and not even 1,000,000 tears could do the same. Things change and people leave, but life doesn't stop for anyone. I've learned that those who speak of their miseries often hurt others, but those who remain silent usually suffer more. Breathing becomes difficult when you cry too much, and at some point you may just give up. But realize that feeling so much pain can sometimes lead you to feel nothing at all. People keep telling me that life goes on, but to me, that's the saddest part. Life isn't obligated to give us what we expect. We just take what comes and are thankful it's not worse. As the light grows brighter, so does my misery. I wonder how it's possible to feel so much pain when nothing is really wrong. Sometimes you need to listen to yourself and accept that not everyone will understand. Tears are words the mouth can't speak, but the heart needs to say them. Heavy hearts like the clouds in the sky, need to release their burden. Our pain will eventually lead us to grace. Pain is never wasted. It's part of the process. Every life has its share of sadness, and sometimes it's this sadness that wakes us up. Don't regret what you lose. It will come back in another form. It's sadder to find the past again and realize it no longer fits than to leave it behind as a perfect memory. I always enjoy walking in the rain. It hides my tears. There's nothing sadder than a young pessimist or an old optimist. Sadness usually stems from one of two causes, either failure or the shame of success. There's no greater sorrow than recalling happiness on a sad day. Sadness is one of the vibrations that prove we are alive. When you're happy, you enjoy music, but when you're sad, you understand the lyrics. People don't cry because they're weak. They cry because they've been strong for too long. Life is too ironic to fully comprehend. It takes sadness to understand happiness, noise to appreciate silence, and absence to value presence. Those who have experienced the deepest pain are best able to appreciate the highest joys. When you've suffered enough, each new pain feels both unbearable and trivial. The sky cries for those full of sadness, but sadness also feeds art. Trying to avoid sadness is like trying to avoid life itself. Don't be afraid of tears. They help you see the truth. Through tears, you can also see the beauty of life. The greatest achievements come from overcoming your worst moments. Learning is a gift, even when pain is your teacher. Remember that throughout history, truth and love have triumphed. Be strong now, because things will get better. It may be stormy now, but it can't rain forever. I believe that without understanding sadness, we can't truly appreciate happiness. Nothing heals the soul more than experiencing life in its full spectrum, and nothing heals the senses more than the soul. Maybe we all carry some darkness within us, and some are better at dealing with it than others. Accept it first. Recognize that without losing, winning wouldn't feel as great. Have the courage to say no. Have the courage to face the truth and do what is right, because it's the right thing to do. These are the keys to living with integrity. Master your choices, or they will master you. The art of life is in maintaining the feeling of a wish fulfilled and letting things come to you. Don't chase them. Trust that they're not fleeing. Faith is the belief in what is unseen, and the reward of this faith is to eventually witness what you believe. A happy person is not defined by specific circumstances, but by a particular mindset. Much of our happiness or misery stems from our attitudes rather than our surroundings. A little bit of action is far more valuable than a great deal of intention. The amount of responsibility you take for your own life is directly linked to the extent of change you can create within it. It is our duty as human beings to push forward as though the boundaries of our potential do not exist. We should never entertain negative emotions or think sympathetically about wrongdoing, as this only imprints limitations on our subconscious. Great things are not achieved by impulsive decisions, but by a series of small, consistent efforts. Every obstacle we encounter is an opportunity to strengthen our achievement capabilities. It is important not to wait for a grand event to occur, but instead to begin where you are, with what you already have. This will always lead you to greater things. I consider my ability to inspire others as my greatest asset. The best way to bring out the finest qualities in others is through appreciation and encouragement. Start taking action now towards what you truly want to do. We do not live in eternity. All we have is the present moment. bright and fleeting, like a star that shines brightly before it melts away like a snowflake. Holding on to anger is akin to grasping a hot coal, intending to throw it at someone else. But in the end, you will be the one who gets burned. Reflecting on each day and imagining how you would have lived it differently can be a productive exercise, helping you align your actions with your ideals. When life presents you with real problems, such as an accident or a fire, you have a genuine concern. The rest is just inconvenient, and you should learn to accept it. It is crucial to be willing to start fresh every day, to embrace the beginner's mindset. Don't focus on what the world demands from you. Instead, focus on what makes you feel alive and do it. For that is exactly what the world needs. People who are truly alive. The person who begins by moving small stones can eventually move mountains. I am learning to find joy in all the versions of myself, using every part of me in service of my purpose. I am learning to accept failure as a lesson and to celebrate success with humility. If you can see a path laid out clearly before you, step by step, it may not be your path. The true path is one that you create with every step you take, which is why it belongs to you. When someone reaches out with a listening ear or a kind word, or even just a gesture of understanding toward a lonely person, extraordinary things begin to unfold. Enthusiasm is the spark that makes your hopes soar toward the heavens. It is the flash in your eyes, the rhythm in your walk, the strength in your grip, the irresistible wave of energy and determination that propels you forward. The best parts of a good man's life are the small, quiet acts of kindness and love. True sadness arises when we refuse to accept what we cannot change. Pain is inevitable, but suffering comes from resisting it. Overcoming adversity with serenity is a sign of true strength. Serenity is the art of accepting what is beyond your control and focusing your energy on what you can change. Wisdom lies in finding peace even when times are tough. Sadness is temporary, but serenity is eternal. Suffering is not inherent in pain. It is the result of resisting reality. Acceptance is the gateway to freedom. The true power lies not in trying to control circumstances, but in choosing how to react to them. Sadness is a reminder of our humanity, a signal that we need to make internal changes rather than focus on external factors. Happiness does not come from avoiding pain, but from learning to live with it. True freedom is the liberation from emotional attachments to external conditions. Sadness, like a passing cloud, should not be clung to. Let it pass without holding on to it. Inner peace emerges when we stop resisting what has already happened. Virtue is in finding serenity even when storms are raging around us. Sadness is not a permanent state. It is a temporary emotion that offers us the opportunity for introspection and personal growth. If we choose to learn from adversity rather than be overwhelmed by it, we will emerge stronger. Life is full of highs and lows, and wisdom is in staying calm during both. Pain is unavoidable, but suffering is a choice we can avoid. Sadness is like a storm, but with patience, it too shall pass. Inner peace is not the absence of problems, but the ability to face them calmly. Sadness is an invitation to reflect on what needs to be changed inside, not outside. The present moment is where peace can be found, and it is only by focusing on it that we can find serenity. It is in accepting sadness as part of the human experience that we learn how to live with it. True strength is shown by facing sadness with courage, showing compassion toward ourselves and others. Sadness offers us a chance to grow and learn valuable life lessons. Peace comes from learning to find calm in the emotional storms that inevitably arise in life. The sadness we feel today is an opportunity to practice patience and self-compassion, recognizing that we can navigate it without judgment. In times of difficulty, do not fear being alone. Being with yourself is often far better than being surrounded by people who bring you down. The ones who demand the most from you are often the ones who give the least. Take your responsibilities seriously, but never take yourself too seriously. Fear is not a barrier, but a signal that you care deeply. Do not make permanent decisions based on temporary emotions. If you place someone on a pedestal, you force them to view you from above. People will offer advice based on their own perspective. Take it with caution. Not everything you think needs to be said, and certainly not everything you say needs to be lied about. Remember, light travels faster than sound, which is why some people seem bright until they speak. Happiness is always within your reach, but you owe nothing to your younger self. You owe everything to who you are now. Self-care means realizing that you, more than anyone else, can be your biggest obstacle. Your parents often gave you advice from a place of experience, even if they weren't formally educated. Stop criticizing them when they offer their wisdom. Overthinking complicates everything. It distorts reality, creates unnecessary worry, and makes problems appear far worse than they really are. If you are going to be angry about something, ask yourself if you will even remember it in 10 years. You only have one body. Take care of it. It is resilient, but it will only give you what you give it in return. If someone insists they are telling the truth, it is likely they are lying. Your power and influence lie in how you choose to spend your time. You can ruin your life by trying to play a role, but you will flourish if you embrace your true self. Never compare the behind the scenes of your life with the highlight reels of others. Just because you miss someone does not mean you need them back in your life. Missing someone is part of moving on. When you choose a partner based solely on their appearance, you may enjoy it at first, but when it's time to raise children, you will realize that values matter more than looks. You can't have everything. You always exchange something for something else. To know who your true friends are, look for those who speak well of you behind your back and offer constructive criticism to your face. It's difficult, but it's one of the best ways to use your time. The more victories you accumulate over fear, the more fearless you will become. Never become someone's priority if they only treat you as an option. If you try to be friends with everyone, you end up becoming an enemy to yourself. You were born with 2 ears and 1 mouth. Use them in that proportion. The biggest thing you need to accept in life is change. You don't just live once, you live multiple lives within a single life. Life becomes easier and more beautiful when you can recognize the good in others. You may be able to cut all the flowers, but you can never stop the arrival of spring. Let the actions of others speak for themselves. People will reveal far more about you through their actions than through anything they might tell you. Every moment, every encounter creates dots. Later in life, you'll find that you can connect those dots and understand why you made certain decisions. Commitment is what gets you started. Consistency is what keeps you going, and persistence is what moves you forward. You can fall in love more than once, and that's okay. Don't worry too much when someone you love leaves. Most of the time, it's for the best. If someone tries to bring you down, it's a reflection that you're above them. Never make promises if you don't intend to keep them. It might not mean anything to you, but it could mean everything to someone else. Getting back together with an ex is like washing yourself with dirty clothes. There's no real benefit in revisiting the past. Always keep an open mind. Act like an artist, but think and learn like a scientist. Your purpose isn't something you find in a distant place. It's something you create right where you are, giving it meaning throughout your life. Life can change in an instant. So instead of taking for granted what you have, be grateful for it and do as much good as you can with it. True wealth doesn't come from accumulating material things. It comes from seeking new experiences. Action brings more clarity than mere thought. You can't think your way into a new life. You have to act your way toward it. The life you experience is simply a reflection of your mindset. Don't chase happiness as an end goal. It will lead you to misery. Realize that happiness is the path itself. All you truly have is the present moment. How you use it is all that matters. Be smart enough to ask for advice, but also wise enough to know who to ask. If you can leave a lasting impact on the world, do so. The more grateful you are, the more beauty you will see around you. Life will seem generous, and you will become happier. You won't forget the bad things, but you will stop dwelling on them. Until you reach that point, don't stress too much. Success is not determined by your resources. It's about how resourceful you are with what you already have. Fear limits most people throughout their lives, and it seeps into all their decisions. Do everything you can to control it, overcome it, and celebrate when you defeat it. You can't swim toward new horizons until you have the courage to leave the shore behind. It's never too late to do the things you've always wanted to do. Don't let the naysayers discourage you. They are often just projecting their own insecurities. You can't change what happened, whether it was your fault or someone else's. What's ruined is ruined. Don't get angry about it. Face the challenge. People will always project their fears and limiting beliefs onto you. What you need to do is build a shield against that noise to protect yourself. Don't discuss your past with anyone, because only you know its true meaning, and others may not understand or might even use it against you. Your tomorrow can be very different from your today if you're willing to try. If you keep lamenting what isn't working today, I promise you, your tomorrow won't work either. Brilliance is the embodiment of excellence. I stand out in everything I do. My life is a monument to exceptional greatness. I am growing bigger, and everything is getting better for me. Higher peaks of greatness are mine, both inside and out. I demonstrate excellence, dignity, and nobility of character in everything I do. I live at the pinnacle of greatness and exude excellence in all areas of my life. I have infinite potential and power, and my life reflects this greatness. My successes increase, and my wealth grows with each demonstration of excellence. Everything in my life is exceptional. I love life, and everything I touch turns to gold. I reach superior heights, embodying excellence and absolute greatness. I live as an unstoppable force of infinite greatness. My spirit is aligned with the unique energy of the universe. I am overflowing with infinite power and live with great strength. I am immense in my authenticity and honesty, embracing limitless opportunities within me. The greatness of my experiences continues to unfold before me, creating infinite manifestations of success. Each day, I am reborn to express my supreme being. I attract triumph and prosperity naturally, and I am a magnet for fortune and exceptional opportunities. I act as a driver for excellence, fueling magnificent realities and higher realities. I represent a force of distinction, an engine of positivism, splendor, and authenticity. Everything I do is benevolent, excellent, and great. My thoughts and actions create glorious realities. I am the architect of my destiny, shaping it with purpose toward a beautiful existence. I radiate grace, excellence, and ethics. I am a defender of excellence, a visionary shaping a beautiful future. My excellence shines outward, lighting a path of progress and success. My being is supreme, and I live at my most optimal potential, updated to my highest genetic supremacy. I pledge to demonstrate greatness in all I do, reaching the highest summit of my abilities. I personify excellence, and I will never settle for less than the best. In all of my actions, I embody unlimited potential and power. My achievements continue to multiply, and my life grows with each excellence I reach. Everything I touch turns to gold as I embody exceptional greatness. I live as an unstoppable force of infinite power, embodying transcendence and omnipresence in the purest form of my being. My life is in constant flow, aligned with the universe's energy, overflowing with power and strength. I live magnificently and authentically, always embracing the limitless opportunities that life offers me. I recognize the infinite greatness within me, and it blossoms into reality before my very eyes. People might think they know you, but most only know what they want to know. I've learned that you can't just take from life without giving something back. Instead of worrying about what you cannot control, focus on what you can create. Maturity comes when you stop complaining, making excuses, and start making meaningful changes. Sometimes you'll understand everything immediately, but other times you'll need to wait. Goodbyes can free you. The person you're meant to be is the person you decide to become. If you have a clear purpose in life, you won't need anyone to push you. Your passion will drive you. Life changes for the better when you realize you don't need to know everything, and that pretending you do only hinders your growth. I understand why people smile, why they feel loved, and why they believe in the goodness of humanity. It's never too late to reinvent yourself. Persistence sometimes requires letting go of certain parts of yourself. Obstacles don't have to stop you. If you encounter one, discover how to climb it, cross it, or work around it. You may not always get what you want, but if you try, you'll get what you need. The first step to getting somewhere is deciding that you're not going to stay where you are. The hardest lesson in life is knowing which bridges to cross and which ones to burn. Pay attention to the lessons life offers. They come when you're ready to face your emotions, and doing so will give you more strength and long-term happiness than ignoring them. Stand up for what you believe in. Take good care of your thoughts when you're alone and your words when you're surrounded by others. The problem is, if you don't live your life, others will. Be grateful for what you have now, even as you pursue your goals. If there's one lesson life teaches us, it's that wishing for something doesn't make it happen. Sometimes you won't fit in, no matter how hard you try, and it's better to be alone than to force it. Every journey has its last day. Don't rush. When a door closes, another one opens. But too often, we regretfully focus on the closed door and miss the one that has always been open for us. Trust your instincts, even when others try to convince you otherwise, and never take people for granted. You can never predict when they might leave, and you truly don't realize how much someone means to you until they're gone. Never give up on the people who matter to you. True challenges in life bring the best lessons. Remember, you are the only person who can be both your best friend and your worst enemy, and you have the power to choose which one of these roles dominates your life. While you can't control how others behave, you always have the ability to choose how you respond to them. Don't cry because something has ended. Instead, smile because it happened. Sometimes, you need to lose everything to find out who you truly are. People improve only when they're willing to learn and grow through the difficult experiences life offers. Hard times show us just how strong our resilience really is, stronger than we ever imagined. It's important to speak up for yourself because no one else will do it for you. There will be times when you won't be able to help someone change for the better, no matter how hard you try. Eventually, you'll reach a point where you realize you can't do it anymore, especially if the person clearly doesn't want to change. Your life is shaped by the decisions you make, and there is no set plan, only the consequences of those decisions. Be cautious with your good deeds, as kindness does have its limits. Some people may take advantage of your generosity. You can either become a victim of your struggles or rise from them to become the hero of your own life. Time spent with the people you love is one of the most precious things in the world. It's easy to forget that happiness doesn't come from acquiring what you don't have, but from truly recognizing and appreciating what you do have. Your future is shaped by your past, and understanding this is key to helping yourself. No one else can do it for you. Once you realize this, you'll feel more in control of your life. No amount of anxiety will change the outcome of what's meant to happen. The happiness of your life depends entirely on the quality of your thoughts. Your thoughts are your most powerful weapon against stress. The ability to choose one thought over another is a great tool for peace. I only speak when I'm sure that what I say will be of value. Otherwise, I leave it unsaid. I accept the limitless potential within me and the infinite greatness of my life, which unfolds before me every day. My power is renewed daily, and I manifest my highest essence, naturally attracting success, prosperity, abundance, and exceptional opportunities. I am a magnet for all the good things in life. I am a force of optimism, beauty, nobility, and authenticity. All the excellence and magnificence of life are reflected in my thoughts and actions, which shape glorious realities for me. I reside in constant harmony and live with strength and magnificence. I see myself as truly imposing, with a powerful personality. I am the supreme leader, an archetype of perfection, destined to reach the highest levels imaginable. I consecrate myself to my most sublime self and personify excellence. I am exceptional and outstanding, and my life is a symbol of extraordinary greatness. Everything is improving for me, with each achievement leading to greater progress. I strive for higher peaks and elevated greatness, both internally and externally. I demonstrate excellence, dignity, nobility, and greatness, residing at the pinnacle of all these qualities. I exhale excellence in everything I do. I possess limitless potential, and my existence is a true reflection of magnificence. My success is on the rise, and my wealth is increasing with each new achievement. Progress is constant, making my life overflow with love and superior triumphs. Everything I touch turns to gold, and I am unstoppable in my pursuit of excellence. I nurture thoughts of greatness, ever aspiring to higher levels. I strive for the most sublime greatness I can conceive and reach the supreme heights of my potential. I am already at that point, Everything is mine, and my greatness is manifest. I am infinite, ever expanding, omnipresent in the authentic greatness of my being. I am in harmony with the unique energy of the universe, and I am in a constant state of flow, overflowing with limitless power. I live a life filled with endless potential. Simplicity, patience, and compassion are treasures of the highest value. These three qualities help us to return to our truest selves in both thoughts and actions. Be patient with everyone, both friends and enemies, and accept them as they are. Be compassionate with yourself and reconcile with the world around you. What is good for the hive is good for the bees. The pursuit of justice, acting in ways that benefit the common good, is a noble and virtuous path. In life, it is not enough to seek noble living for oneself, but we must also consider how our actions affect others. We may all live nobly, but we are all bound by time, and none can live forever. In life's race, you must strive to your fullest potential to be victorious. However, it's wrong to trip up others or push them aside for your own gain. Seeking personal benefit is acceptable, but not at the expense of others. Evil comes in the form of injustice, cruelty, and indifference to the suffering of others. True virtue lies in love, goodness, justice, charity, and concern for the well-being of others. The brave, whether in exile or at home, face challenges without fear, and they have the courage to speak their truth. Philosophy does not promise external comforts. It teaches how to live within the circumstances we are given. Like the carpenter working with wood or the sculptor with bronze, the art of living is about shaping our own lives. We are all, in some way, imprisoned by fortune. Some are bound by gold chains, others by rusted ones, but we are all subject to life's constraints. Those who oppress others are themselves prisoners, bound by their own power. Life is a form of servitude, whether the chains are external or internal. Everyone must learn to accept their condition and minimize complaints. Cling to whatever is close to you and find solace in it, even if it feels bitter. Even the narrowest of spaces can be made habitable with skill and ingenuity. Difficult things can be softened, and burdens can be made lighter with the right mindset. If you've let anger take over, you've not only harmed yourself, but also strengthened a harmful habit. Similarly, giving into temptation can strengthen undesirable habits. Once you've been defeated by an urge, it leaves its mark, just like an illness. Even when you recover, you are not the same. Unless you fully rid yourself of the trace, future temptations will affect you more deeply. I continue to nurture thoughts of greatness, constantly seeking higher aspirations. I strive to reach the highest level of greatness, surpassing even the limits of what I can imagine. I am already standing at the pinnacle of my potential. Everything is within my grasp. My greatness is not only a reality, but also a blooming presence, flourishing in all directions, expanding endlessly. I am infinite. My essence extends beyond the known, omnipresent in the vastness of my authentic greatness. I exist in harmony with the unique energy that flows through me, finding myself immersed in a state of effortless flow, alive with an abundance of power, strength, and unwavering determination. I am magnificent in my being. I embody true magnificence. I possess a unique personality, powerful and unmatched, the first of my kind and the best at what I do. I welcome endless opportunities that come my way. Within me, the infinite greatness of my experience is revealed, manifesting before me as an abundant reality. Greatness radiates through my life, taking the form of countless successes and achievements. I am reborn with power every single day, constantly proving my supreme being. I naturally draw success and prosperity towards me, becoming a magnet for wealth, abundance, and extraordinary opportunities. I act as a catalyst for excellence, inspiring higher realities around me, embodying the highest standards of excellence in everything I do. I express positivity, beauty, nobility, and truth, everything that is exceptional, wonderful, and magnificent. I bring my supreme self to life, revealing my fullest potential. I have actualized my superior nature and embrace excellence in every aspect. I am committed to greatness, representing the highest ideals, dedicating myself to becoming the best version of myself. I achieve excellence, radiating light and brilliance, always striving to be remarkable and outstanding. Everything in my life improves, and I continue to rise to greater heights of exceptional greatness, both internally and externally. I live with dignity, nobility, and character, showcasing excellence in every action I take. I reside at the top, exuding greatness in all my endeavors. I carry myself as a monument to exceptional greatness, knowing that everything I do reflects my commitment to excellence. I continually ascend, striving to improve. As I rise, I live by the principle that learning and growth are essential. We must live as though we will die tomorrow, and learn as if we will live forever. The wise learn from others' mistakes, for wisdom lies in understanding the path of others rather than repeating errors. If we light a lamp for others, we illuminate our own path as well. True happiness lies in doing what we are best at and finding joy in it. True success is visible through our work and actions, so let them speak for us. Never interrupt when progress is unfolding, for growth happens outside the comfort zone. I understand that while others may speak of misfortune to cause pain, silence can cause even greater harm. Arrogance and belittling only limit our ability to appreciate what is above us. If something is not appropriate or truthful, it should not be expressed. We must control our impulses, as words can hurt, but silence can wound even deeper. True wisdom lies in showing composure in moments of ignorance, during personal triumphs, and in the face of deep disappointment. We often admire what we do not fully understand, but true wisdom comes from understanding deeply. To gain the good opinion of others, we must focus on our actions rather than our words. Distraction offers temporary relief from misfortunes, but it is a false comfort. A person must dream to truly understand the meaning of life, for better things lie ahead in the future. Each day is a new opportunity to be born again, as what we do today matters the most. Seeking refuge in others leads us astray. We must turn to ourselves for strength and guidance. In moments of doubt, we must always ask if our thoughts and words are true, necessary, and kind. No one can save us except ourselves. We must follow our own path. The secret to health, both mental and physical, lies in living in the present moment and letting go of past regrets and future worries. Like filling a vessel drop by drop, wisdom is accumulated slowly and steadily. The undisciplined mind is the most disobedient force, but a disciplined mind is an obedient one. On our spiritual path, we must sometimes walk alone, but peace comes from within, not from external sources. Compassion is not complete unless it includes love for oneself. Hatred never ceases through hatred, but only through love, and this is the eternal truth. The harm we do to ourselves through negative thoughts can outweigh any external adversities. I find wisdom in every challenge, recognizing that every difficulty is an opportunity for growth and learning. My inner peace is my greatest asset, and I guard it with care and diligence. My creativity flows freely, allowing me to express myself uniquely. I face my fears with courage and firmness, remaining open to learning from each experience life offers me. I am capable of releasing all negativity, freeing myself from any resentment. I love and accept myself as I am in this moment. My self-esteem gives me the confidence to face any challenge that comes my way. Each day, I find new opportunities to find happiness and embrace life fully. My passion and energy inspire those around me to pursue their own aspirations. I attract healthy, loving relationships built on respect and reciprocity. My open mind allows me to embrace new ideas, evolving and expanding my understanding of existence. I have a deep sense of purpose, and I seek to leave a positive impact on the lives of others. I balance work, rest, and personal time in a harmonious way, ensuring my happiness is my responsibility. I live each day with joy and gratitude, knowing that my dedication and effort lead me toward achieving my goals. My optimism and positive energy radiate, creating an atmosphere of hope and happiness. Each day brings new opportunities for growth and improvement in all areas of my life. As an individual, I am a channel of love and compassion, spreading kindness to all. My life overflows with abundance in every form, and I am deeply grateful for all the blessings, both big and small. I find inspiration in simplicity, seeking joy in the smallest moments. Through gratitude, I cultivate peace and happiness, offering compassion to all living beings and lending a helping hand whenever possible. I visualize purpose in every experience, even in the hardest challenges, knowing that each test strengthens my spirit. Inner serenity remains my greatest ally, and I protect it carefully. I make time for what brings me joy and peace, establishing a firm support network in my environment. I surround myself with positive, encouraging individuals who push me toward my goals. Each day is an opportunity for growth, learning, and progress. I find serenity through detachment, practicing virtue in every aspect of my life. Wisdom reveals itself in all experiences, especially the challenging ones. My inner peace remains steadfast, even in times of turbulence. I find comfort in acceptance and humility, recognizing that there is always room for growth. Moderation guides my actions, avoiding extremes. Let us rise and give thanks, for all we are is the result of our thoughts. Thoughts shape our destiny. Good thoughts lead to happiness, and evil thoughts bring suffering. Holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. The harm is self-inflicted. Every moment can change a day can change a life, and a life can change the world. Wherever you are, be present and live fully. Kindness should be the natural way of life, not the exception. A person who can enrage you has mastery over you, for anger arises only when we allow ourselves to be disturbed. Nothing is impossible for those who try. Time passes slowly when we chase it, but quickly when we are being pursued. A goal without a plan is merely a wish. The future arrives slowly, the present moves swiftly, and the past remains unchanged. The highest achievement for any human being is to understand, for understanding brings freedom. Write your sorrow in the sand and your joy in stone. Do not delay what can be done today. Love your neighbor as yourself. Judge your greatness by the shadow you cast at dusk. Never interrupt your enemy when they are making a mistake. Write your moments of sorrow in the sand, as they are fleeting and wash away with time, but inscribe your moments of joy in stone, for they are everlasting and should be cherished. Do not postpone for tomorrow what can be done today, for today is the only time truly within your control. Treat others with the same love and respect that you would desire for yourself, embodying the principle of loving your neighbor as yourself. When measuring your greatness, reflect upon the shadow you cast in the evening light, for this is a true gauge of your character. Never interrupt your enemy when they are making a mistake, for their actions will eventually reveal themselves without your interference. A person who claims to be a friend to everyone is ultimately a friend to no one, as true friendship requires depth and discernment. It is better to break a promise than to make one that you do not intend to keep, for a broken promise, though unfortunate, carries more integrity than empty words. Both optimists and pessimists serve a purpose in society. The optimist dreams of invention, like the airplane, while the pessimist ensures safety with inventions like the parachute. A woman's intuition is often more accurate than the certainty of a man, for her ability to understand the subtle cues of life is unmatched. Ignorance, however, is the root of all evil, as it prevents growth and awareness. Those who are dissatisfied with little will never find contentment, for true happiness is found in appreciating what we already have. The shadow, like an outsider, may run away on a bright day, but will always return on a cloudy one, though it can never be truly grasped. Understanding is a journey, with every question bringing us closer to an answer. What we know is but a drop in the vast ocean of what we have yet to learn. Beauty can often be found in simplicity and modesty, and happiness resides in the small pleasures that life offers. My greatest achievement is my inner serenity, which provides me with unwavering strength. Resilience in the face of adversity allows me to grow, and each challenge I encounter fortifies my spirit. I live in harmony with the present moment, accepting the inevitable transitions of life, including death, which gives depth and purpose to my existence. Calmness guides me towards serenity, and my integrity is the compass that directs my actions. My essence is defined by my character, not by material possessions. The ability to recover from setbacks is a vital tool in overcoming life's obstacles, while determination renews me on my path. Friendship, a treasure beyond measure, is something I hold close, exercising discernment in who I choose to welcome into my life. I practice self-control in all areas, seeing each challenge as an opportunity for growth. Even in times of chaos, my inner peace remains steadfast. I take joy in recognizing virtue in my daily actions, and I cherish modesty, always seeking to learn something new. My inner peace serves as my greatest inspiration, and I find strength in the trials that shape me. I embrace moderation in every aspect of life, striving for balance in all things. I believe that adversities are hidden blessings, and I view life as a series of opportunities to cultivate virtue and wisdom. My well-being is anchored in my ability to accept things as they are, finding peace in the present moment. If you found this message meaningful, please like the video, subscribe, and leave a comment to let YouTube know that content like this helps people like you. Your support will allow us to continue creating more videos like this in the future.